the night. So cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Dated bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading roll, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with her AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Howdy, friends. Morning. All right. Mic check is good. All right. All right. All right. All right. Howdy, y'all. All right, let's get to it. Let's get busy. What is this? Oh, okay. All right. Y'all miss me? Oh, it's only been half a day. Of course y'all miss me. Hello, 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 hello. All right, let me get everything started. Hopefully I get my good old first step Tradeify goal today. We're like a day away if we do okay, another good day. I scraped away some profit last session. It was kind of like hit or miss, a couple of the trades up or down. We got a really nice, solid, perfect balance S&P DD band at the bottom. I mean, it was just so clean. The market just was like so giving. Like, here's a free trade, man. Have fun. Oh, thank you, market. It's good to have this kind of market than the market we had like the last 3 months, where the market's like, let's go up 50 points. Just kidding, down 500 and then 18,419. Drop my targets here. How y'all doing? Hopefully y'all had some fun yesterday. This was a little confusing at first, but market fell to like key supports. I mean, it was good to see us move up where we did. We're kind of stalling here leading into earnings. There's not a lot of momentum. We're opening below monthly hedge pressure again, and it's kind of like, okay, is this resistance? Is the market going to sell off hard today? What's going on? Are we going to finally get something to give us that momentum? Trump's been rather quiet the last 2 or 3 sessions. Haven't really heard anything new on the trade war front. Kind of need something like that to get the market going again. Woo! Ooh, baby. Oh, it's so nice. I'm gonna dust my stuff off one final time. The rug I used to have in here shed so much. There was like fibers everywhere. Now I got this new rug that has like no shedding. It's great, but I still have residual fibers and everywhere. Blowing the mic, it's like all over the place. I was like coming over here. It's like it's snowing. I'm like covering up my mouse pad, everything. So now I'm good. Good morning, guys. All right. So today we're going to do a couple of really good things. Trading session number 1. Number 2, we're talking about some of these prop deals we got going on. Obviously right now, this is the current spread of deals. We got our Tradeify discount. We've been talking about that pretty much since the length of this challenge. I've been doing this for about 3 months with them. We get 30% off with those guys, 30% off with Take Profit. Those of you that do prop firms, make sure you use our code because the proceeds we get from the affiliate sales turn around and we buy accounts for you guys to give away on the stream. So kind of nice to get something back. And every $1,000 announcement, every $1,000 that you spend with your prop partners, enter into a live drawing for lifetime at Rocket Scooter. So lifetime is full access to our platform, our community, the live daily training and everything else for free for life, which is kind of cool. So every month we'll do a drawing for that, which is probably something we're going to be doing like in a couple of days. So and last but not least, we'll be talking about FundedNext today and doing a little deep dive explore with those guys, comparing the plans and seeing what it is they offer. Brand new prop space brand new prop firm in the future space, not a brand new prop firm in the prop firm space. These guys are hot right now. Everyone's talking about them. So let's explore what it is they have to offer and talk about some of that. And that's who I'll be trading with next after I do my Tradeify challenge. So yeah, so let's get to it, y'all. I feel super tired today. I didn't do anything either yesterday. I didn't even work out. I woke up out of bed. I'm like, oh man, I feel groggy. Like someone drugged me or something. I was like, ooh. Did I have too much wine at dinner last night? I'm like, no, I didn't drink that much. I had 1 glass. I finally got rid of their daily loss limit. Yeah. That's pretty big. Where are my glasses? Oh yeah, I was in the process of cleaning them. I'm like Darth Vader when the mask comes on. Except I don't when it comes on, I don't go no. I always put them on real slow. Sure, there's no. He's only a scratch. There's a scratch. Already my new glass and a little scratch on him. What the heck? It's like inevitable, I guess. Maybe that's just a smudge, not a scratch. Like, can we invent a scratch resistance? Scratch resistance, like polycarbonate's not scratch resistance enough. Can we like make something with diamond hardness glasses that's also light? Get my materials engineers in here. That also self-clean and don't smudge. There's like a million rooms for improvement for glasses. That's technology we haven't fully explored the extent of what we could create. We're focusing too much on computers and AI these days. But there's so many different $1 million ideas left in glasses. Some of you get to work. Make me a good pair. No scratch, no smudge. Never have to clean them. Morning, guys. What's up? Roll call. Mike Houston, Trading Futures, Full Tilt Futures, Dems, Simon Dean, Ronnie Wise, Francesco, Victor, Trade Nix, Aaron, Jim, Daniels. What's up? Kevin Hawthorne, Mad Yoda, Michael, Lyndon, David, Sport to the Rescue, Pat, Gandhi, Julian, Morrison, Frank Casillas, Ronnie Wise again. Is that name again? I get to Jackie. She's so fine. Victor again. Jonathan, JC, Pat. I said some y'all's names twice. See, I'm slow today. Usually I remember everybody's names, only say it once. Good morning, all of you. Roll call. Thanks for being here early in the morning. Pre-market, where it should be, where you do all your homework and get ready for the real show, which will be starting in like 45 minutes. Let's take a look at what's going on. Boom, boom, boom. A little drawing tool over here. All right, so today, good, better than yesterday. We are above monthly hedge pressure in the dynamic, so that's good. Let's make sure we mark up our red lines just in case. I have a really weird feeling about today's market. I was just staring at the chart and I started getting some kind of PTSD at it. And I was like, what's going on with my brain? Is my brain trying to remember something? This type of trading, this kind of like, maybe I'm having remnants of the last time Trump had trade war, problems with the other countries. And it just feels like scary market. I don't know, like as in the rug could be pulled any moment. Like this needs continual good news to keep fueling us higher. But I think that people are afraid that the trade war is, going to be worse than expected and not going to work anything out. I don't think that it's going to be worse than expected, like the final deals, but I think that Wall Street's not going to get like blazing good news like it's expecting, and that the market's going to continue to like stay bearish over the long course of time. Like I'm getting that fear. Not that I think that it's technically set up that way, but I'm just getting that fear. I'm like, any moment now, we're going to get back to like, shocking the market. The VIX is not preparing for it. The VIX is still low and in decay and things are good. So it's not like Wall Street's prepping for it, but it could be. Like we've been watching lately, the VIX turn up. This hourly chart on the VIX. Lately, we've been watching the VIX in decay, which is fantastic. This is what you want to see. We haven't had like one of those big test days yet in a while that we've been seeing. So while every single day the market is finding buyers or short squeezing at every dip, we want to see that VIX still in decay. So in the overnight session, seeing VIX trade up for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours is kind of like what has me a little concerned with like, okay, what's going on? Because the stock market, it's not much. 23 to 24 is not a lot on VIX, but we did close at a high on a short squeeze, right, till the end of the day. And then we're kind of opening flat, but VIX has been climbing through all of this noise. I mean, the market traded up and then traded down, and VIX kind of moved up really quickly. So this is a little kind of alarming the way that it's positioning pre-market. Staring at this VIX makes me feel like somebody knows something. Hopefully they know something bullish. I don't know, but normally VIX is tied hand in hand with the surprise effect of the bear market, or like the surprise appearance or sudden emergence of illiquidity. So hopefully not, but just watching the VIX slowly climb since about 2 in the morning in the European session makes me feel like hopefully today's not that kind of day, if you know what I'm saying. That kind of day that we don't want to see. Like you wake up and everything's good, then all of a sudden you smash through hedge and smash through this and smash through that. I'm one day away from a 100K goal. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't want to see it come through and ruin the party. You know what I'm saying? But we don't spend fear, doom and gloom and fear mongering here. We look at the data that is. So far, despite, we have been trading down since the 2 in the morning session, which is, here. But despite that, we are still above monthly hedge pressure, which is good on the S&P. We are still above the NASDAQ. Sorry. We are still above it on S&P. So all in all, still pretty okay. But it just gives me like we do have a heavy news week. What is this? Arby's fact. Oh, these browser tabs I have open from last week. Just saying, like, the way the VIX is structuring, the way the market's topping off, it's kind of starting to, like, alarm me a little bit. Like, come on, let's get some good news soon. This is Tuesday. That is not Tuesday. April 29th, which is today. After market, we got a couple of decent ones. Visa today, pretty big, really big. Company, one of the biggest. Starbucks, Model E. So, you know, starting to grow, right? PayPal earnings this morning, which actually turned pretty good. Starting to grow. Abby being earnings season, it's going to be hard for us to find momentum through all of this. Tomorrow we start off with Microsoft, the big tech, you know, starts to push, and this is going to be a pretty heavy earnings week. Apple and Amazon, which is always the day after. And then, of course, you know, ton of stuff. You have all energy companies on Friday, Exxon, Shell. It's going to be a big deal. And then, of course, the news week is not even, it's not even a light news week either. We've got GDP and we got the ISM numbers and like a lot of stuff coming out. So today, we have JOLTS today, I believe. Yes, we do, at 9 o'clock. So JOLTS are typically a big mover. JOLTS is the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics job opening report. So essentially, a JOLT is a job that is available that needs to be filled within a 30-day window. It has active recruiting to fill the job. There's an active available pool of employees nearby to fill the job. So they basically, it's the job openings removing all bottlenecks. Like if you open a factory in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, you might have jobs opening, but it won't be a JOLT because there's nobody around to fill the job, kind of thing, if you're in the wilderness. So it basically is a job. It tells you all the specifics criteria, but it's a job that, and that also the job can start within 30 days. So if somebody gets hired, they're available to work. So it's like de-bottlenecked job availability report, where there's people trying to recruit and there's people trying to take the job, and they could start immediately. And as you see, the JOLTS have been declined, you know, since the peak of all the layoffs in the last recession. So why are the JOLTS in decline? Well, it's because the active jobs are becoming filled, or the job openings are becoming filled. And you'll see JOLTS start to grow during a hiring spree. So how do you know if you have a hiring spree? Is you compare it to the continuing jobless claims and the initial jobless claims that come out Thursday morning. And they'll let you know if people are getting laid off or people are not laid off, etc. These are people filing for unemployment. And as you see, in January 2025, the continuing, let's look at the initial. Initial is like when you first get fired, you're going to fire for unemployment. And underneath 250,000 is pretty standard and normal. This is the normal for America. So nothing has been alarming. So there's no layoffs, right? There's no abnormal amount of layoffs just yet. We haven't had that in a while since COVID. Continuing jobless claims are people that are still filing for unemployment after week 1. And so therefore, you know, you see that this has been relatively flat, which is good. You know, it's not like tons of people can't get their jobs back. This is just the normal amount. Less than 2 million is normal here. So this has been flat. This has been flat. And the JOLTS have been going down, which just basically means the companies aren't growing quickly. We're not going on hiring sprees where jobs are being created at mass. So if the JOLTS were going up and the continuing jobless claims are going down, it means unemployed people are finally going back to work and new jobs are being created. So in this particular case, the existing jobs that were created are just slowly being filled and maybe closing out as companies are becoming more efficient. You really want to see the unemployment numbers or the jobless claims go up or down to pair with this to show a booming hiring spree, right? And like a glorious growing bull market. JOLTS should be going up as continuing jobless claims are going down. Like companies are making jobs and there's not a lot of people there. But then that also causes an inflation when you have an imbalance like that. So when you have a lot of jobs, not a lot of people, it causes inflation. Same thing happened during COVID's inflation. So at the same time, when you have not a lot of jobs and a lot of people, then salaries come down. Therefore, inflation ultimately, or the front end of the cost of production goes down. Therefore, companies can save some money, become more profitable. So that's actually decent for the stock market over time. So in this particular case is not bad for the stock market. Any shocking, like, you know, numbers that show that wage inflation's back or anything. And the problem with that is that if people aren't getting paid enough compared to the price of stuff out there, then you have a spending problem. The company sales can come down. So it's all a balancing act. Can't pay them too much, cannot be paid enough. And so ideally what you want to see is that the JOLTS are, they show you at other bull markets, and this data is coming out today. Other bull markets, right? The JOLTS were going up and up and up after the financial crash. There were so many people unemployed relative to the amount of open jobs that were created. And finally, in 2024, we're kind of back, to like a level. There's high now again, relative to what we used to have. This is much bigger than what we always had. So it's in decline relative to like, the base of COVID. But still, 8 million is huge. That's the biggest it's ever been if you remove COVID from the picture. So it might not seem like it's a lot and it's flat and stalling, but it does mean that there's a healthy labor market. That's good. There are available jobs, and that healthy labor market and available jobs is the reason why we're not seeing, a lot of people getting laid off. People are maintaining their jobs. And of course, there are not a lot of initial layoffs and stuff. So JOLTS come out and a little bit. Obviously a big mover in the market. And during COVID, it was a huge mover to the market. These days, I don't know if we're going to be that sensitive to it. The VIX is in a key spot. VIX and below the backwardation midpoint is nice and clean. We call it the triple B for short. And in that instance, the market's not too sensitive to news. So that's coming out in an hour. In 1 minute, we got the housing price index come out, some housing data, and that's it. So for the rest of the week, we've got, JOLTS today, obviously, GDP and employment wages, and the ADP non-farm on Wednesday. When you have the ADP numbers, always means you have the government numbers coming out on Friday. So ADP is the private sector survey, and then you have the analysis, and then you have the government numbers come out on Friday. It's always the big mover. Thursday is going to be a big news day as well, with the ISM PMI numbers coming out. And so, like I said, big news, big earnings. This is going to be a big week. So the market can start to pick up some momentum. We haven't been seeing a lot of volatility growth, maybe just a little bit leading into earnings, but market's pretty stable and consolidating here in the middle. But the problem with that, I'd always note is that this is going to be very news driven for the next couple of weeks related to earnings. That the market was just crashing out leading into earnings, and the market just stabilized. So that way there's room for it to move in either direction. You'd hate for the market to be crashing into bad earnings. The volatility would be out of control. So basically, once, they squeeze everyone out and the market's stable back in the middle where this kind of 5,500 low was on the S&P, now the market's in the middle of the range. I always call it, I used to have a name for this. I would call it containing the blast. So the example is that if the market is like, rallying like crazy for a month into earnings, it can overly exaggerate the response to earnings, and then the market can become chaotic. Especially if it's moving to the downside, it becomes even worse. Market's collapsing to earnings, and then just a slight bad news in the middle of panic. People freak out on any bad news that comes because anything is crazy at that point. So when the market is like crazy amount of selling, all of a sudden it retraces and recovers in the middle, it's able to contain the blast. There's no volatility, so that the market move off the earnings stays within the range, and therefore it's more easy for the dealers to control, and the market doesn't plunge into a circuit breaker on bad Apple earnings or something, So, yeah. So now we're just kind of like sitting in the middle waiting for earnings to come through, and big tech earnings starting tomorrow. It's kind of like Microsoft, Google, Apple. This is going to be obviously big movers. And all this week, those stocks have been opening below monthly hedge pressure without any significant momentum. Apple finally pushed through at the end of the day, like it did at the start of the day, and started to cause a bit of momentum. So there's some decent demand there for companies like Apple. If you go through the monthly maps from yesterday, you can see that Apple and all the other tech stocks are just screaming bullish as of now. But earnings can mean anything, because the market has been asking itself that question. What's going on with earnings? How are they responding to the tariffs? Are the tariffs already hitting home? Are companies already taking a hit? Things like that are what's on everyone's mind. Amazon in the same boat when that dark gray slopes down and the light gray slopes down, that's as bullish as it can get. So this is really solid bullish with liquidity pocket right in here, which means it shows that this bottom is liquid enough to hold this. So this is, you know, this maybe another M shape or W shape or something. There's going to be support right in here. Google, same thing. Google, same thing. I mean, it couldn't become any more bullish. So I'm hopeful that the monthly maps are spelling out a good amount of bullishness, but we'll see. We shall see. In the meantime, guys, take a look at our deals we got going on right now. So you'll be exploring a new prop firm called Funded Next and looking at the packages they offer and why I think they're going to be one of the bigger ones when they start working with futures and start modifying things, like, you know, as we use them and they get used to our culture. I think that they're slated to be one of the big ones. Another thing is that I'm having a chit chat with the guys at ETF today, and I'm going to talk to them about, remember we explored their direct to funded program. And we looked at it and we found some room for some improvements because I really want their direct to funded program to be like one of the best out there. And so I'm going to chat with them and deliver our conversation that we all had on stream to them and see if they can learn something from our ideas. Direct to funded is the next big thing in trader funding programs. Any platform that has direct to funded, you want to take notice. Direct to funded is the best way to go. I teach classes on why it's the best way to go. And the moral of the story is you want to be as quick to your payout as possible. Every day you're in the market, these prop firm risk models are designed to squeeze you out. So you want to milk the prop firm as much as you can, get to your payout as quick as you can. Every day in the market is a coin flip that you lose it all. So even one, like if an account costs $100 for 5 days to get a profit, but another account costs $600, but for 4 days, you take the $600 for 4 days. Every day in the market, it halves your probability of losing. Pretend that you win or lose and you blow up. So it's half of a half of a half. So every day in the market should be twice as expensive that you don't have. So example is if something is $500 for 5 days and it's $900 for 4 days, you might be like, I'll take the 500. No, take the 900 because it should be 1,000 for that extra day. It should be double the price. So every day is like a doubling of the price. So imagine the value when you're looking at these prop firms. Every day you spend in the market is worth its weight in gold to not have to do. So if you can skip an eval, or if you can have fewer days to pay out, fewer days to make your trading target, that's where the value actually lies in a prop firm. When you guys are comparing prices, scientifically, that's where your value is. Time in market is the real reason most people fail. You're forced to stay in the market for too long and you have a shit win rate. If you look at your win rate and it's 30%, if I were to create a prop firm and I was an alien from another planet, and I was going to say, how effective is the MHP bounce pre-market? Very good. Like it's about to hit it right now. Really good, actually. If I were an alien from another planet and I was going to make a prop firm because I see like humans using these things called prop firms, and I were to go, okay, let me make one of these things. You know what I would do? I would say, wow, there's a bunch of traders with a 30% win rate. All I got to do is keep them in the stock market as long as possible. And ultimately, the law of large numbers will make it catch up to them. The law of large numbers just states that with enough iterations of a sample size in a game, that the average ultimately pans out. So if somebody beats you 7 out of 10 times and you play them 3 times, you may not see them beating you 7 out of 10 times. You may have beat them 2 out of 3 and shifted the odds away from the statistics. But if you play them 1,000,000 times, they would win 700,000 and you'd win 300,000. So if the law of large numbers states that with your repeating 30% or whatever win rate that you have, the longer they keep you in the market, ultimately you're going to lose because the stats of your own trading are going to lose. So the alien that makes a prop firm that visits Earth from outer space, their first goal after, anally probing everybody to, for whatever reason, they got to test how our intestines work. And then all of a sudden they're going to make a prop firm because they think that's cool. Let's figure out this thing. And let's watch everyone, just hand their money over, not even compare prices, understand what they're spending their money on. You might think that you got to save a little money on the prop space, but they're all designed to screw you over. So let's figure this out. When you're comparing prop firm, every day that you're in the market is one more day closer to the actual probability of you meeting your actual win rate. Remember that. So when you're comparing prices, the key takeaways of any prop firm's actual value is A, reduce your time in market. That is the number one stat. The quicker to pay out, worth every penny. I would even say worth double the price for one extra day closer to your target. Something's $100 for 10 days and $200 for 9 days. Spend $200 for 9 days. Every day is one more coin flip that you lose it all and start over. Okay. Number 2 is removing drawdown tricks. Trailing drawdowns and crap like that are designed to squeeze you or punish you for holding on to a winner. That's the weirdest thing. So not only is your loss rate enhanced by the idea that they keep you in market as long as you can, but your win rate is attacked if you win the wrong way, which is kind of like a way for them to get you there. So our job as traders is to milk the prop firms for as much as they're worth, take every penny they have, right? And so the law of large numbers makes time in market, the longer in the market, whittle away your chance of success. And then if you hold a trade as it's moving up and then it moves down just a certain amount and you bust into your trailing drawdown, you could lose the trade even when you're winning. So now they have a rule that attacks your win rate. Even the 32% or whatever that you may win, half of that goes away because of trailing drawdown. So rule number 2 that you need to get rid of is trailing drawdown. So if you can spend money to reduce the days in the market and remove trailing drawdown, that's a winning prop firm in my book. Those are the 2 rules that matter the most. So any prop firm that I would like a gung-ho trade against is something that allows me to skip both of those, which is why I latched on to Tradeify, because both of them are gone. And the straight to funded program, I removed the eval stage. Bye-bye 5 days in sim trading or whatever the evals always are out there. I don't have to do any of that anymore. I paid a little bit more to skip that. To skip ahead, an eval stage. It's just a wasted time. I pay for saving my time. And then direct to funded with end of the day drawdown means no trailing drawdown. So when you guys are valuing prop firms, your job is to figure out which rules are designed to squeeze you out the worst. And the price is how much farther away from those rules can you get for paying a little bit extra money. And that's going to look at. So today we're going to look at funded next, according to Matt's rules of what makes a prop firm good and see what they got to offer. And then of course, with that being said, with those rules, I'm going to talk with the guys at ETF and see if I can't, toss them some advice from a community perspective as to where I think they can improve their direct to funded program, which they have a great idea to start one. And the direct to funded program has a very special place in my heart, meaning that it should be, the best option for most traders. Therefore, it must have some stellar, for the price you pay, some really good things that come with it, some perks. So we'll see. Can we get the DDL before the open? DDL. The bands? DDL, is that like a BBL, like a booty lift? Booty bump? Isn't JOLTS irrelevant, outdated these days? No. Not to the market. The market during COVID responded to JOLTS very nastily because wage inflation was the big source of inflation at the time. Right now, it's not going to be as big of a mover, but the JOLTS were directly tied into your ability to predict the Fed. So think about this, like if the Fed was going to raise or cut rates based on inflation, and in COVID, when everybody lost their jobs and like you had, pretend for every 10 jobs you had, everyone got laid off. And the companies are like, okay, they let us open the doors back up. Then everybody's at home like, I don't want to work. There's a pandemic. I fear for my safety. Well, what do we have to do to get you to come back to work? We need to get back to working. Well, you can pay me more. Company's like, fine, I'll pay you more. Well, I want double to risk my life. And company's like, fine, just get to work. We got to open the doors. And that kind of wage inflation is what caused inflation to begin with. So JOLTS was a big piece of understanding inflation in 2020. Now it's not as much a big deal because the source of the inflation has to do with a lot of things, not just the wages. But for about 2 or 3 years, the JOLTS are one of the biggest moving catalysts that we had in the market, despite the idea that you're right. It does seem possibly a little irrelevant as a mover, but those micro adjustments in JOLTS, like, holy shit. The idea was, how bad is COVID affecting everything? Because you did shut all the companies down. And because of that, you needed numbers to show, is the labor market back? Is the economy crashing? What's going on? And so, yeah, in that environment, JOLTS was a very important piece of information. In 2020, in March of 2020, everybody got laid off. I mean, JOLTS are way up here. So for those 2 or 3 years, I remember trading COVID. It was one of the most important key factors. You'd have the market collapse for a day because the JOLTS were shitty. Like here, I remember in this 2023, you get this huge print on the JOLTS and the market's like, are people getting laid off? Are we back to a recession, blah, blah, blah. And they use that. Right now, it's not that big of a mover anymore, but it does help you understand one key factor that we want to see is that we want to see the JOLTS go up while the continuing jobless claims stay the same and the initial jobless claims stay the same, which that would indicate that companies are creating new jobs, which is indication of growth, reinvesting in themselves and creating new jobs. And you only do that in times of prosperity. So we want to see an uptick or a turnaround in the JOLTS number to support a bigger, bullish, more healthier economy going forward. Not that we'll see it today, but especially through the trade war, the question is, how will that affect employment? Now, we know that when you put strains on a company, even as a company owner myself, people always have ways to ward off problems like that, extra expenses or whatever, tariffs. You don't just bankrupt you overnight. You don't just lay off your employees tomorrow. Usually we'll go through rounds of trying to raise money or survive and exhaust your means of financing through it. And then you'll lay people off when it's like the last resort. So right now, we're not going to see the JOLTS go up while the unemployment goes up. Sorry, the JOLTS go down while the unemployment goes up. What that actually means is companies are laying people off and closing the job. So if you had like 5 accountants on your staff and you laid off 4 of them, kept 1, then unemployment went up by 4, the jobless claims, and then the JOLTS came down by 4. So when you see it like that, it means companies are laying people off because they're slowing down. So the relationship between the two can be an indicator of the company's health. At the end of a market crash in 2008, markets are rallying. That's when the layoffs came, though. So layoffs don't come during the crash or before the crash. They usually come significantly after, when the crash has impacted the company's ability to make sales, and as a method of last resort, they lay people off. So like JOLTS right now is not going to indicate the economy's tanking or not. It can't. They're not going to lay people off until the economy's already tanked. So any layoffs or any problems right now could indicate a bigger future issue, such as the company's getting ahead of the tariffs. Shit, we can't afford these, tariffs. We need to lay off now. And that's the rarer case that you lay off ahead of time. Usually you'll try to absorb the cost because you don't want to interfere with your production line and all of that. But you're looking for evidence of, is the tariff, situation affecting companies? The JOLTS will be where you get a big portion of that answer. Now, today, probably not. The market's not going to be that sensitive to it. But back in the day, when the Fed was like teasing they were going to cut rates and talking about raising rates back in 2022, the JOLTS were a big mover predicting the Fed. You can watch when the JOLTS would come out, the Fed funds futures would shift all over the fucking place, because the futures, the idea was, well, if jobs are going down and unemployment's going up, then wages will come down, which will bring inflation down. This is good. Everybody's, for 2 years in that time period, we're wanting the CPI to come down. So, if the CPI was way too high, the Fed wouldn't cut rates. If the Fed didn't cut rates, the market wasn't as bullish as it wanted to be. The market got used to the Fed, in a quantitative easing environment. Then we went to quantitative tightening. Rate cuts became all the rage of the only thing the Fed's doing to give us a boost. So when the JOLTS would go up and the unemployment filings would go down, you would see a big market sell-off because there's more jobs and workers again. Oh my God, it's COVID all over again. Oh my God, wages are going to go through the roof. Oh my God, Jay Powell's not going to cut rates again. Oh, sell everything. And market would flip shit on JOLTS back in the day. But in general, you're right. It's more of an outdated sort of source of information. But you have to always take your news with a grain of salt based on the environment you're in. Certain environments, certain news is going to be more important than others. In a period where inflation is all the hot topic, especially inflation related to tariffs, the JOLTS can be a medium-sized news event, whereas any hint that prices are going to go up could always impact the hand of the Fed. Now, we're pretty adamant on believing that the Fed is not going to be cutting rates anytime this year. I'm pretty sure of that now. So I don't think it's going to have an effect. I think Wall Street's already priced in the inevitability of that. But in a time where inflation's really high and you want it to come down, you start to need to see that there's fewer jobs than people. Therefore, the people are competing for salaries, and salaries will come down, which means the front end cost of production comes down, therefore prices come down, which in COVID, that cost push inflation we had was caused by the rapid increase of wages. So companies had to raise prices to pay the workers. And then, of course, the shortages on top of that made things cost more, which is why the workers demanded more. House costs twice as much. You need to pay me twice as much. Companies are like, well, I'm desperate to get back to work since COVID, so we might as well do it because we need to get ahead of our competitors. I'll pay the price now, hire you at twice the price, but we get to turn on our factory a week before Johnson over there, and we're going to steal his market share. Worth the investment. And everybody with that mentality pumped people full of these crazy high wages, and that's the inflation we started off with, post-COVID. So yeah, JOLTS were extremely sensitive in 2022 era of trading, but now maybe not so much. But it's still, any news is going to be news related to the cost of things. When tariffs kind of reinvigorated the heat around inflation, when CPI was in decline and nice and settled, oh my God, no more inflation, Trump was like, psych, not push the tariff button. Prices are going to be high again. Inflation's coming around. So now how's the labor market going to respond to that? People are going to get paid more. People are going to get laid off over time. The layoffs and the JOLTS together won't be seen until after the effects of tariffs are hitting home for a long period of time. So we don't have to think that there's going to be like some kind of, increase in layoffs this week. Probably not. Increase in job openings. Probably not. But if the economy's healthier for long enough, and we start to see those JOLTS numbers ticking up and ticking up and ticking up while the market's bullish, then you trust the bull market is based on a very healthy economy. As a matter of fact, a growing economy, a rapidly growing one, as you're creating more jobs than there are for people. So that's pretty good. But that also leads to inflation as well. But in that particular mode, that inflation is going to be overlooked because you're in this hyper bull environment. No one's going to care. Everyone's making more money. Everything costs more. Nobody cares. So in this environment, I don't know if it's going to have a bigger effect, but it does have an effect. It has previously. There's a little speech with what the JOLTS are. What's up, guys? Trump to sign executive order on auto tariffs today. Okay. Everybody hold your breath for a market crash. Who knows what's going to happen? Just kidding. Timmy says your win rate is 30%, but you're very profitable. Oh, this is when I was talking about the prop firm rules. Yeah. Win rate's not the only way to be profitable. Well, in the prop firm world, it kind of is, though. Think about it like this. The prop firm world, you can't necessarily go get 5 times the winner of your loser because the consistency rule is what prevents you from winning big a few times you do win. So prop firms have thought of everything, Timster, to also punish you for a 5-to-1 win to loss ratio, because all of your wins need to be big if you have one win that's big, right? So they thought of everything at the prop firm to squeeze you out of your money. I hate it. So our job is to milk them dry, and that's what we're going to do. And every prop firm we work with, I teach you how to milk them dry. I'm teaching you how to milk Tradeify dry. I'm about to teach you how to milk Funded Next dry. New prop firm on the scene. All right, we'll take your money. Let's go for it. We're going to figure out the rules. I'm going to trade around them and crush them. So you know how I am. I'm here for you guys. Show you how to beat the prop firms at their own game. What's the greater market? Yeah, let's talk about it. Greater market today is going to be bullish again. DD ratio is bullish. It will be bullish because it was 0.85 yesterday. So it's going to be the same today because the market didn't crash. Greater market. I would say that is bullish. That's going to happen. 2, SPY is probably going to be less than MHP like it was again yesterday. It wasn't above it. If it is above it, that'd be great. But MHP has been holding, you know, steady, and the index has been opening below it the last 3 sessions. While we did get a blast above it and a gamma squeeze on the return way up, the market has been stabilizing, and we've been opening like in these BSD setups, which aren't necessarily bearish. They just lack bull momentum. So BSDs are known for being choppy and a little more volatile in the bull market than a regular bull setup. They support at bottom bull zone. They resisted upper hedge pressure. And we've seen this for the last 3 days. Right? We market sold, hit low support, came right back up. So, you know, if we open up another BSD, it's going to be kind of like sit out and wait kind of environment. But being below MHP just lacks that bigger monthly momentum that we want to see. And then, of course, monthly maps are very bullish. So 2 out of 3 are bullish. I'm bullish. If 1 out of 3 is bullish, I'm bullish. So somebody tweeted at me last night and said, Matt is the only person I know that is, said something like buying the dips, a sell-off day, and still making money. To which I adequately responded, you know, I find liquidity and I long it, is my favorite saying is in the world. And I quote, they actually said, one of the few traders to consistently long downtrend days and still turn a profit, as I just know where to long from. Not longing to bet on market reversals, but longing and scalping because I have this knack for finding liquidity. Liquid markets don't crash. So greater market's likely to be bullish. I'm likely to be bullish. I'm going to be looking for the same setups as yesterday. Lower DD band for support. There's a trade already a setup right there. About a 30-point rip on S&P if we touch it. Nasdaq's right here at MHP in the overnight, which is good. Hopefully we stay above it. And if we lose Nasdaq, then down here there's trade right back up. It's hard to think that before earnings the market's going to sell off and crash. So just tell yourself, big tech earnings coming up. We're in a range day. Wherever we open up is always the most liquid spot. So you tell yourself it's likely to pass through it a couple times. Buy the dip, sell the high. Don't bet on breakouts. With big earnings coming up, the market's not going to be moving. It's not going to be defining itself just yet. Big tech earnings tomorrow and Thursday, right? It's going to go lower. Well, I mean, the market is it's teetering on earnings. So if the earnings come out spectacular, the market is dying for good news right now. So any decent news in tech earnings, the market's going to fly off the handle. Any bad news, the market's going to freak the hell out. So we're kind of teetering on earnings. Don't look at a chart right now to guess which direction the market's going to go. It's all hinging on earnings. That's it. And even though the earnings are insignificant at this point in time, because the earnings, in reality, the earnings haven't reflected the tariffs yet. So it's not really showing what the future is going to be like. But the market don't care. The market is starving for some kind of news. I'm kind of like, should I buy Nasdaq right now? To open the day up. Guys, I am like less than 5K away from my 100K goal with Tradeify. I told you guys when I started with them, I'm going to make 150K total and get their biggest funded account they have. And get their biggest live account they have when they push me to live. And all I need is to get 150K. I need to take out 80K in payouts. And I'm getting very close. I mean, I haven't taken the full 80K in payouts, but I have like almost 100K total profited with these guys. So every payout cycle, I just take out a little bit more, and inch my way to that victory line. Ooh. The ideal strat to milk Apex, use take profit. That'll milk Apex for sure. No, I'm just kidding. it's really hard because you have trailing drawdown with Apex. You need to trade in non-volatile environments. So VIX less than triple BV, VIX less than 100. If it's above either of those things, don't even touch Apex because volatility will ultimately nuke your accounts, have trailing drawdown. In periods of high volatility, don't touch Apex, period. That's why my Apex sales plunged the last couple of months because I taught people don't use Apex. Don't use anything with trailing drawdown in periods of high volatility because the market's going to chop around too much and you're basically just wasting your money. So most people in Rocket Scooter started using more expensive end of the day drawdown kind of accounts to not have trailing drawdown. When the market's Ving all over the place because of volatility, you know, your bull trade is up and then it's down and then it's up again. I mean, you're not going to survive in an Apex account, that environment. So you really need to wait for environments like right now where Apex is a little bit easier. When the trailing drawdown is you're just basically gambling. That there's no volatility. And VIX is high. It's telling you there is volatility, so don't gamble. There won't be volatility. God, I want to long this so bad at the open. I'm like, should I just... MHP. Should I? Let's wait for liquidity map. Yeah, so straight to funded on Tradeify doesn't have trailing drawdown, but there are other ones too on their growth or the advance. One of them does, the lower account, lower priced one. Market opening in 3 minutes. Don't forget, guys, check out our prop firm discount deals we got going on. TPT 30% off. My funded futures 5% off all the time, which is the biggest deal they give out, and then 30% off at Tradeify as well going forward, and upwards of 90% with ETF when they have those sales, and 90% at Apex they have their sales. We match their sales, so whatever sale they have, use code Rocket Scooter to get through the day. Get the best deals with those guys. But we always get these tier 1 affiliate stats. We're about to add a few more to the mix. Top 1, Futures Desk, and Funded Next. And Funded Next is probably who I'm going to be trading with next on the stream for a couple months. See what they're like. I'll still be rocking my Tradeifys. Believe it or not, Tradeify is my favorite. But I'm going to try. Obviously, when I win the challenge, I'm going to do some other challenge. So we'll see. Which platforms don't have trailing drawdowns? If they specifically have an end-of-the-day drawdown account, some of them have trailing drawdowns to a degree, and then after a buffer, they go away. Like Apex goes away after a buffer, TPT goes away after a buffer, ETF has an end-of-the-day drawdown, Tradeify has end-of-the-day drawdown. You're specifically looking for the words end-of-the-day drawdown. I'm like, do I smash along at the open at MHP? We're opening above MHP on the overnight, which is good to open above here. The market opened above there as well, and you tend to stay on the same side of MHP 90% of the time. So to open at MHP is a really good support. Now remember, we have big earnings this week. So, you know, the market's not likely to crash or rally into big earnings, but we can see usually the market stays put into big earnings, but we'll see. So 90% of days will stay above here. 10% of days will stay below here. So 90-10, just like yesterday. I really want to wait for my maps before I take any risk. That's good. NASDAQ right on the edge here. Okay, so resilience numbers are negative, which I don't like to see out the door. Negative resilience is resistance off a half gap. So already we can expect the market's going to have a hard time moving up. Okay, until this changes. That's resilience number right here. Okay, negative resilience means half gap resistance or box resistance. If we break here, resistance as well. So be cautious here. Got our maps coming out. So same shit. Oh, EST, EST, EST. No! But it only goes to hedge, so it's only 40 points. Hold on. EST, come on. Oh, I missed it. Damn it. Okay. SPY and a BLD. Oh, that's even better. Yes. Okay. Dang it. I missed it. It's not the best entry. Don't like it. EST, one more time, one more time. Here to here. The resilience being negative, though, it's if at best fills the gap, and then that's it. All right. Okay, so right now I'm betting on, this is a tough one. So we are above MHP, which is great on QQQ. A move to there is great to start off the day. Here to there, and then resistance because res is less than, res is positive. Oh, come on, bull market. Let's go. Come on. Don't die on me. We delete all of that. I can't complain on that. A little pullback here. MHP, that looks nice. Let's go, baby. Ooh, that long Thor. Don't ever short against MHP. Never. Come on, baby. We're up to half gap. Resiliences are still fine. Take that first scalp from here to there. But the top of the box, a little bit of resistance on QQQ. Come on, baby. Keep going. EST, monthly hedge pressure on SPY. First interrupt right here. I probably should close and take profit. Right at the first interrupt. First tap on there. Matt is long and Gamma is shorting. I'm not short at the, why would you short against monthly hedge pressure? 90% of days. All right, took the first interrupt trade, closed out. Perfect. Love it. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on, I gotta situate something here on my desktop. Never short against MHP. That's an opening long. Easy to see that one. Okay. Good deal, good deal, good deal. Sorry, I had to open up something. Oops. Wrong screen. Okay, I closed out at MHP. SPY is below MHP again. Nasdaq is above. Positive resilience is actually decent. So we have EST trade all day long. SPY on this 10-point scalp. So all day long, SPY is going to be providing decent longs off of this MHP. Let me wait for the next bounce. I'll take it one more time. Decent setup. I'm already up 2,500 bucks and all the accounts decent. I'm going to take one more stab at the long side. So we have EST every single time what EST stands for. Guys, don't forget to hit the like button today. 500 viewers. All right, EST, we're in, oh wait, one more time right here. One more more time, every single time, every single time. One more time, bear zone, the bear zone, bull zone. Hit it one more time, we're below MHP, but I love that scalp. I love that scalp. I love that scalp. Give me that free money. Put that money in my pocket. Ooh. Give me that payday. Come on. One here to here. Here to here. One more time. Just one more time. Come on. Here to here. One more time. One more time. Don't die yet. Give me one more time. Nope. Command you to go green. Come on. Liquidity pockets have a very strong support at the bear zone top when the DD ratio is greater than half and it is 0.75. And there's the scalp. It's good. We're getting very close to my 100K target with Tradeify, which I do love. I can't complain. Got that hedge pressure support at the bottom here as well. Monthly hedge is a 90% bounce chance. So let's see if we can't get some momentum from here. Market is trying to sell, but the market has found liquidity, which is great. We love the liquidity. I don't love the red candles, but I love the liquidity. Supported by positive resilience, which means the market is going to be desiring to fill the gap this way. All of our indicators pointing up-ish, which is decent. Like I said, I'm holding my breath, but again, these little 10-point scalps are not terrible. I am trading NASDAQ by proxy, but yeah, and S&P is at MHP right now. So MHP break is actually very bad. Like if you break, this is very bad. So it's a 10% chance if we break, very bad. So the market will collapse out if we lose this 470. It's right on the edge. So we'll see. This is very bad. 470 break. Expect it to hold. Come on. I play with the odds. Resilience is strong. Monthly hedge pressure is here. Monthly hedge pressure is here. A market crash would defy all odds right now. So I have to take the statistical trade, which the market is trying to move, which is good. I do like what I see. Come on. Put some dollars on the board. Let's go. It's fighting. I don't like that it's not holding though. Be very bad if we do break. We haven't seen a lot of upward momentum in the market in the last like 2 or 3 days. The opening move has been to try to sell. So hopefully today we don't get that. Like breaking monthly hedge is extremely bad. VIX is still pulling back a little bit, which is okay. But hopefully we don't crash out today. I don't want to see that. Let's focus on SPY liquidity pocket. Let me solid. And again, if the market falls, I'm just out of the way, and then I've got DD band to play off of again. Before earnings, I don't expect everything to break. I'd be very surprised if it did. Just monitoring that little middle area. Ooh, come on, baby. Hang on in there. Very bad to lose liquidity at this point. One more time. At least MHP test. Come on. Make it all the way. One more tap. Come on. Come on. Put some money on the board. Let's go. Come on. I love the smell of fresh traffic in the morning. Don't fucking argue with me, market. Guys, this is why you watch me. Look at that. Look, Ma, no hands. First time, no practice. Look how good I am at shit I do. Don't argue with me, y'all. Look, Ma. No hands. I was playing, I was trying to be really funny last night when iDoc and I were playing It Takes Two. Have you guys played that? On Switch. And, here's the problem. I closed out fully. And I was like trying to be really funny. So how much is that? 3,046 video. That's like 5,600 bucks maybe. Not a bad 5 minutes of work. That used to be like a month of engineering dollars. Don't argue with the champ. But I was trying to be funny. I'm very annoying. So every time I would do something, I was like, I'm so good at everything. I was just trying to be funny. Like the goal was we have the, you know, it's two people trying to work puzzles together. And so right now I'm just liquidity pocket. I'm done. So let me sit out and wait on this. Monthly hedge break is a big gamma squeeze to the upside. If I am to trade this, I wait for the move and wait for the test and then take the long. Remember guys, all the indicators today were bullish. Resilience was good. TD ratio is good. We're in a liquidity pocket. Bullish liquidity maps. Market would have to crash to lose that. So remember, I think we're going to probably stay ranged today, but I took enough scalp, which is good. Easy peasy. Okay, so I'm waiting for my next setup would be an MHP 550 test on SPY, hold and chill. And then we're good there. So anyways, we're playing the game, right? And in the game, you're supposed to like do teamwork and do stuff. And there's like she has this flamethrower and I have this gun that shoots balls of flammable liquid. And together we can create explosions. I can make things sticky, you know, and I can weigh things down so that the game is about the teamwork and how you combine the two mechanics, solve the puzzles or whatever. But every time I'd solve a puzzle, I was like, look, ma, no hands. I was like, I'm so good at everything I do. Look how good I am at shooting honey guns. I'm like, I don't even have to practice. I'm so good. And just trying to be stupid and funny. And then I would do like, we'd walk up to a thing and she'd be like, and I'd be, I got it. And I'd spray it and it would burn. I'd be like, look at that. Got it the first time. Never even had to practice. Look how good I am. And she was like, shut up. You're being annoying. So then all night I was saying, first time, no practice. So that's my new saying now. You know, look, ma, no hands. Look, I didn't have to practice. Look how good I am. And it was stupid, but it's like a stupid kids game. So it's like everything was easy. So I was like over exaggerating how easy something was, just pretending I was like very good at it. She's like, you know, if you spray the, I'm like, I got it. Look at this. Bloop, 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 bloop. And then the seesaw falls down. I'm like, look at that. No practice. Look how good I didn't even have to practice that. She was like, shut up, dude. You're so annoying. And I just said it. I kept saying it all night. It was really funny. Hey, ma, look at me. No hands. I think I spend too much time around my 7-year-old who loves to brag about how good he is at stuff. If you love It Takes Two, play Split Fiction. Even better one from the same devs. Oh, yeah. We'll have to play that one next. You just bought It Takes Two. It's actually pretty cool. The bosses are actually pretty challenging. So if you're not naturally good at video games, or your partner's not naturally good at video games, you will have, it's a challenging game. It's definitely not a walkthrough. The game is pretty easy, but the bosses can be kind of challenging. It definitely requires teamwork. Each boss fight, you have to kind of like team up to do. So itching to get out of the engineering. I know you are, Dave. I know you are, man. We almost, I almost went to Austin this last weekend. There's a wedding. I didn't get to go, but iDoc was there. He almost came out your way again. For the oil traders at MHP and Bull Zone bottom at T4A, dude, that's great. I finished It Takes Two multiple times. You even have to press together to skip cutscenes. Yeah, that is kind of funny because sometimes she'll be like, can you press A? And I'm like, but I want to watch the cutscene. She's like, let's just get back to the game. I was like, I want to see how they figure their marriage out. The point of this game is that they're working their marriage out. I want to read the story. She's like, okay, let's read the story. It's probably important. He spends too much time with you talking about how good you are. That's probably where he gets it from. I actually just pretend to be not humble on the stream. I definitely am humble most of the time, though. I comically pretend I'm not humble just for the sake of making people laugh. And it's over the stupidest things. So even when I was making steaks, she came over, and I'm like, we're cooking dinner last night. And then we're eating, and I was like, how did you, I was like, a roasted tomato. She's like, oh, they're so good. I was like, yeah, First time, no practice. She's like about to throw the plate at me. Hee hee. If you say you're humble, you're not humble. Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Don't listen, guys. As you're listening and learning from me, there was no short setup whatsoever. As I tell you, the greater market is bullish. I'm a bull. Monthly hedge pressure support, 90% chance we bounce. Monthly hedge pressure in QQQ at this almost the same spot as monthly hedge pressure in Nasdaq futures. We trade up towards filling the gap because resilience is a gap fill indicator that predicts that the gap will likely fill. The trade goes from here to here, and then we're closing out, and then wait from there to see what happens next. Simple as that. I wouldn't be over trading. I wouldn't at all be trying to short this. That is the silliest thing when all indicators are pointing up. Every indicator is pointing up. And we saw that from the start. I know a lot of people get used to chasing, whereas when the market's doing this, you might see people wanting to short or talking about shorting. This is how they get fooled. Usually, newer traders get fooled a lot. But if you're trying to short against such bull power, you need stronger tool set, and as a rocket scooter comes in. So, you know, BLD is a completely bullish liquidity map. The liquidity is bullish. The flow is bullish. Monthly hedge pressure is 90% chance. Filling the gap is inevitable. And the market just walked right to and handed us money. I love bull fucking markets. They just hand me money. Now I don't even have to try. No practice. No hands, mom. No hands. Percent of MHP is 90%. 90%. And there's the gap fill. That's it. That's the end of the bull trading day. That's predictable. I would close out if I were still in a trade, and I would sit here and enjoy the money that was just handed to me without even having to practice. No practice, mom. How'd we do? At what point do I push it too far? I don't know. She's gonna hit me over the head with the frying pan if I say it one too many times, I'm sure. The 90%, 10%, there's one of our members actually doing a study to see what the effectiveness of the overnight is. Yeah. Percent on MHP. So we counted the number of days, and it's at same side close rate. So basically what we did was in the back test, we counted the number of days that did this, where if it opened above, did it close above? If it opened below, did it close below? If it opened above, did it break below? If it opened below, did it break above by the end of the day? So where it closed by the end of the day. The 90% is actually same side close rate. So basically, on average, both long and short cases remained on the same side they opened at about 90% of the time, meaning that MHP breaks are a rare event. The monthly gamma built up propagates the market further, which is why it's bullish out the door. Seeing this and thinking you need to short against bull odds, that's where rocket scooter is better than everything else out there. So don't listen to anyone else chasing their tail. This was a textbook trade to fill the gap on positive res on MHP. How many here from the boot camp took a trade like that today? Textbook on your face. I wish I would have made more. But hey. Wish I would have made more. Right? Gap fill is a technical move. Now from here, I wouldn't be betting on anything further. It's earnings week, so I don't think the market's going to propagate a full rally leading into this week's major tech earnings. We got Meta tomorrow, Apple and Google immediately after. You know, the market's just containing the blast, potentially what earnings are going to be. I wouldn't be shorting this from here, but this was a predictable bull scalp, better than anything out there that we've had in a long time as far as this market goes. This was clean. Nice and clean, as a matter of fact. And then I would once the gap is filled, the next interrupt, I'd close out. So you're starting to see, when I told you guys, the bull markets were going to hand you shit. There's that squeeze candle. Looks, that's kind of cool. The bull markets are going to hand you much easier setups with very little overshoots, right? Very little overshoot today. And that's much easier to manage your trade, whether you long or short in a non-volatile market. VIX is below triple B and VVIX is below 100. VVIX isn't there yet, which means we're still going to be sensitive to news and catalysts. But with VIX in decay below this backwardation midpoint, you're going to have all kind of clean, easy trades that are clean. And I say easier. Trading's hard. SEC watchdogs. I tell people trading's hard every day, okay, so don't strike me. But trading's easier in this kind of environment, much easier than it is the other kind of environment where you got volatility and overshooting your pivots by 50 points on the S&P and shit like that sucks. JOLTS data in 10 minutes. Thank you, Hydra, for reminding us. How many Tradeify accounts do you trade at the same time? I got 5, and that's all I ever show on this P&L report I do. It's just the 5 accounts that I have, and I trade them differently. So I trade them at different rates. Like the one on the screen that you guys watched, I think was this one, the second to highest one. This one had 3 contracts. This one had 2 and 1, and all the other ones had 1. I'm only trading 25K TPT, sticking to micros, made 300 this morning. Nice, Fletcher, let's go. Stopped trading yesterday at 780, do the 50% consistency rule for 5. Bro, Fletcher over here crushing it. Very good, very good. Will I ever show your P&L? It's not a screenshot. I always do. How else do you show a P&L? Do I manifest a... I don't get it. You watch the trade live on screen, and then then I just screen cap the output once I'm done with my trades, and I update every trade I make. How else should I do it? Very confused. Shall I produce a live video with me dancing in the background with the piano? I'm very curious, how else do you present a P&L other than a screenshot? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. You try a new platform, Apex offers wealth chart. I have not tried. I haven't traded Apex. I abandoned Apex fully. Once take profit and Tradeify, hit the ground running, Apex is a thing of the past. I love them, but the other two are so much better in every aspect. Show my fingers to make sure I'm not AI. Yeah, these are my fingers. AI hands. Look at how many fingers I've got. Don't see this. Check out my hands, guys. That's how you know it's AI. You always gotta look at the hands. The hands are always wonky. No, but jokes aside, how do you want me to show my P&L? I'm curious how I can show it. It's different. Next long entry, I am going to completely miss out if the market does rally from here. The next long entry is a supporting monthly hedge pressure here. So, if SPY were to fall to MHP and support, I would take a second scalp long if I got lucky enough from there, or liquidity pocket again. I have a suspicion that we're going to chop today. I wouldn't be chasing for a long breakout into earnings. I would rather wait to get some better taps to long off of dips. Why offer Apex code if you don't use it? No, I don't say I don't support them. I just don't use them because I use the one that's the best value for the dollar. It doesn't mean I don't support Apex at all. I love Apex, just like ETF. I support them and like them too. I just personally use the one that had the best value for my trading style. So Apex is trailing drawdown, and to me, trailing drawdown is not my MO. Trailing drawdown is great if you can't afford a $550 Tradeify account. A lot of people, that's expensive. For me, these Tradeify accounts cost me $550 each, and I have 5 of them. You may not have, $22,750 to invest in a prop firm. May only have $200, of which Apex might be your game. And so it's just different for different traders. Where I am, I'd rather pay a little bit more money to get rid of rules. For some people, that's a stretch. So that Apex is perfect for maybe somebody that's, not got 3,000 extra bucks to spend prop firms. That is a lot. So, it's good for different people, right? Just to clarify, when I say I don't trade them anymore, it doesn't mean I don't. F2, thanks for clarifying that. Doesn't mean I don't think they're a valid company or they're great. I think they're great for that type of trader. If unfortunately you can't afford it, at Tradeify or one of the more expensive places that gets rid of those harder rules, and you got to take the cheaper one with the harder rules, and that's all you can afford, then you're kind of, Apex is the best in that regard. And In the cheap account world, where you get like 20 accounts and they're all $100 each with 90% off sales, Apex is by far the king because they have uncapped payouts. They're the hardest one to get to the end with because of the trailing drawdown and other things, but they are very inexpensive. So there's always a trade-off, right? I mean, that makes sense. So, but no, I was a serious question. Whoever said earlier, when am I gonna not show a screenshot for my P&L? I'm curious what you'd like me to do different. That would make you, unless you're just joking. I wasn't really sure. Well, whatever I can do different, just let me know. Mostly it's because of screen real estate. I get like this much area on the screen to post anything. The DOM takes up such little room in my 2 charts take room. I have no more room to do anything else but publish something in a tiny little corner right here. So, and the screenshot's the easiest way to do it. Every time I'm out of my trades, I update the screenshot. But I guess I can, I could put the, I guess the Tradeify thing up there where you can see it in real time. How can I do that though without putting the actual, because the control thing where I switch between my accounts and stuff, I need that off screen so I can trade all the 5 accounts. I usually sometimes will just right click on the account to bring it forward and then trade off of it because the account numbers aren't shown up here on the DOM. But I could probably take my exploit could probably grab a capture of that portion of the screen and just display in real time. We can do that. If that's what they were saying. Like you want to see in real time? Like as I'm in the trade? Like a live window widget. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's probably what he's saying. I could do that. I gotcha. You could probably try to do that, see how that works out. All right. Do I do the actual trade on your platform or the prop firms? So the prop firms, I do it in the Tradeify platform, yeah. They're asking for real-time view of P&L, so it's not potentially faked. Oh, yeah. I get you. That makes sense. Well, at the end of the day, yeah, that's true. I'm about sitting here photoshopping in the 3 minutes we're chilling, but I get what you guys are saying. So it's as accurate as it can be. It does make a lot of sense. How does seeing someone else's P&L make you a better trader? For some people, it's more about trusting the person they're watching. And of course, this is like an area where people just care to see how much money you're making, and they think that that's like all the rage. Some of the biggest streamers and traders out there just make a lot of money. And not necessarily from trading, but just make a lot of money. And that's attractive to people. They want to see that you're making money. But I do post every day my trades. And at the end of the trading day, I take the same screenshot once I'm done trading, and I post it up on Twitter every single day without fail. And then at the end of the month, I publish the entire Tradeify printout of what I did for the month's performance. So just to show everything, including the stats, yada, yada, it's all shown. So yeah, and you could just go as many extra miles as you want for people, real time, window and real time. I just never thought of doing that because it was, I guess it's easier just to take the cap when I'm done. That way I'm focused on the trade and then give you guys the performance update when I'm done with it. Got the JOLTS now. Let's see what we got. Again, news events, kind of chill on this. A 7.2 on a 7.5 forecast. That's actually interesting to see. Lowering JOLTS is good when unemployment doesn't change because it means people are getting their jobs back. The jobs are no longer open, which can indicate a growth spurt or hiring spree. Now we'll see on Thursday if that's reflected, but that was a pretty big miss on the JOLTS. The JOLTS being in perpetual decline with unemployment not going up, it just means that companies aren't laying people off. They may be closing jobs down they couldn't fill, or the more likely candidate is they're filling the jobs they had vacant, as people are slowly going back to work since the COVID fiasco we had. So that's actually going to be a kind of a neutral event to possibly bullish on the JOLTS, maybe a knee-jerk sell-off reaction, but it fell right to a support we wanted to see, and then there was your MHP tap for second long if one were to take it. The question is, should I take it somewhere? I already missed it. You need a foot cam as well? Baby, if you want to see my feet, you just got to ask. I got some good looking toes, I think. No, I'm just kidding. Or maybe, I don't know. But if they're good enough, I should probably start an only feet channel. What I like... Why do you like to make fun of this one trader that's a female and likes to play tennis and draws trend lines on trend lines on trend lines? Wait, which one? Which one, Arsh? Wait, which person am I making fun of? Is it the... I make fun of anybody that draws on trend lines or trend lines. Yeah, right? LOL. So funny. He knows me too well. Just posting again because I want to shout out the huge help that has been in you 2 weeks ago. I told you I got your first payout for 2 years now. Working on payout number 3. Bro, Mo, man, it makes me so happy to hear it, dude. So happy to hear it. There's scalp number 2. There was monthly hedge to gap fill. Scalp number 2, the market handed it to you. Remember, when news comes out, I was in the middle of talking. I probably should have grabbed that. Fell to MHP, filled the gap a second time. So the universe gave you a second bull setup today. Again, I'd be reluctant to try to do anything from here, but it looks pretty good. My calls are looking good, so I'm happy. You need a pickle cam? That'd be kind of nice. Free toes. Tori. I don't think I've ever made fun of... No, I make fun of Tori trades a little bit. Nope. And humbled trader. Those two. Man. The one that was like... He's talking about humble trader. Yeah. Got 250 of them. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, humble trader, the one that was like, I don't post P&L because it's illegal to show your P&L. That was, I created a meme out of that girl when she said that. First of all, that girl's totally scummy and scammy. But number 2 is like, the idea was somebody was like, show your P&L. She's like, I can't show my P&L because it's illegal to do that. And I was like, huh? If you believe that, you deserve to have your fucking money stolen. Fuck you and your family and your family's money. Go out there and lose it, you fucking idiot, for believing that shit. I have no sympathy for someone that follows someone and gets scammed at that point. It's illegal for me. Like, I'm sorry, sir. I know you're about to do spinal surgery on me, but I don't see your medical degree on the wall. Do you mind providing me credentials that you're really a doctor? I'm sorry, it's illegal to do so. But you'd have to take my word on it, bro. Oh my God. Fucking natural selection. Yeah, I need idiots in the fucking market because I got to steal their money in trading. Put it in their pocket from my pocket. Every dollar I made is an idiot who was relieved of theirs. So you know what? We need people like that in the stock market. So I actually celebrate them for bringing idiots out there and not teaching them how to be good so I can make more money. It's only fine with me. But, you know, if you're that gullible, you kind of don't deserve the money you've had. A fool in his... What is it? A fool in his money will soon quickly be departed. What's that saying? A fool in his money are quickly parted. Yeah. Or soon parted. I think that's a Shakespeare or something. Maybe not Shakespeare. I don't know. I don't think Shakespeare would say something. They'd say it more poetically, but are easily parted. Yeah. No, but like showing your P&L is illegal. I'm like, wait, what? No, it's not. It's actually encouraged. Not only is it legal, it's encouraged. You can legally say anything you want. I can legally give investment advice if I want on this YouTube channel. The actual law is you can't give investment advice to a paying person more than 15 people in a rolling 1-year period. Trust me, I know the law. I run a trading platform. Jesus Christ. Run bull market. Thank God nobody was bearish today. Heard a few bear calls in chat. Please, guys. This is the rocket scooter stream. This isn't the live chat stream. This is a bull setup from the get-go. My calls are loving it. My calls are shopping at McDonald's because they're loving it. So in general, yeah, no, it's not, you can give investment advice to anybody. It's protection under free speech. I can go to the water cooler and tell everybody, hey, I think Apple's a great stock to buy, and tell everybody at work that the SEC is not going to knock on my door and fine me for it. It's illegal for you to give solicited investment advice when you don't have a license to do so. It's not illegal to tell people you think they have cancer. It's illegal for you to write prescriptions for cancer medication when you're not a doctor, not licensed to do so. That's illegal. You can have freedom of speech to say or do whatever you want in regards to financial advice and sharing things. I can blog about my results. I can blog about every stock I have. I could say Apple's the best stock in the world. I could say I made $10 million saying, here's the fucking proof. Here are my tax returns. Nobody at all. There's no law against freedom of speech. The law just says you can't give investment advice from somebody paying you money, and you can do it to 14 people even if you accidentally make a mistake. So 14 of you could pay me for investment advice, and I could still get away with that by telling you, buy Apple stock tomorrow. Thank you for your $100. Here's your stock tip. If it doesn't go over 15, the blue sky laws protect you because you can have a small circle of, that way friends can pull their money together, invest, like you and your buddies have a little investment circle, and you're not required to like register as a hedge fund and things like that. They have that so that small outfits, you're managing your grandma's portfolio. You're not out there doing daily reports to the CFTC. You know what I'm saying? So even in small batches, you can still give solicited investment advice, which is interesting enough. It's the actual law. So sharing your results to the public, the fact that you say there's no law against it makes me hate your guts. That you're a fucking idiot and that you deserve everything bad in life as far as your business goes in the financial world for lying to people. But hey, idiots need idiots to follow, and we beat idiots for a living, and that's what pays my bills. So we need a big pull of those suckers so we can keep winning as trading. So I'm okay with it. Learning time. They pay a penny or a pence for more the readiness of them, then look to that. A fool and his money is soon parted. Thomas Chisler, 1573. I like that saying. If they pay a penny or two, pence more for the readiness of them, let them look to that. A fool and his money is soon parted. If you say it in like a old-timey medieval voice, it sounds even cooler. We're gonna have to take some garbage outside and came back to this. Have to zoom out to find targets. Yeah. Why don't I take the gamma squeeze? I am talking too much and not paying attention. I should have taken the expected bounce again on MHP, but I didn't. But hey, nice trade. I already made some money and I'm good. I'm actually watching my calls right now. Up another 25% today, which is good. Yeah, like a family office and things like that. Yeah. But yeah, that person was like, can't show your P&L, it's illegal. And they tweeted about it. And boy, I blew that up. And my response to that got like 20,000 impressions. Everyone was like, are you kidding? That's what she's saying? I was like, oh God, yeah. These are people that don't even show a screenshot of their P&L. They just tell you they make money. My not trading is good. I like to teach my strategy of trading and my strategy of not trading. So what he's saying is my sit out game is strong. I wait for the setup I want. Now again, I didn't believe the market was going to rally leading into earnings. I believe the market wasn't going to sell off either. I'm waiting for continual dips to buy. But I think with the day like today, there really is nothing I can exploit going further. The market goes up further. My calls are still riding pretty heavy, but I hate chasing an inside move leading into earnings. This could be the top of the day. So, like I said, just these are pretty easy to see. These scalps are pretty perfect. And if you got them, you got them. And now it's time to just enjoy your profits and learn that, hey man, I made the money in like 20 minutes and I'm pretty done for the day. But she's humble. Humble traders real humble. Yeah, she humble all the way to the bank. She needs a wheelbarrow to haul everybody's money away. That's how much she's got. What are my calls? I've got QQQ calls for May 16th expiration. I bought them the day after the big 10% up rally, and then the next day we sold 6%. At the bottom of that day, I loaded up on calls. They've been keeping up. The Delta's been keeping up with the theta loss. I'm just waiting for us to go near the money. So I'm betting that earnings in other parts of this rest of this year, or the rest of the season, or better improvements of the trade war by May's expiration gives us a bump. So we'll see. No, I don't usually trade calls. I usually only do this whenever I can forecast a big reversal in the market and then bet that something happens. When I speculate, I look for like 10 or 20x. If Trump comes through with a deal with China to improve on the trade war and the market goes up another 5 or 10%, then I have 10x my money. So that's all I'm trying to do, is just a lottery ticket. They're all somewhat different though. 500 viewers. Yeah. We got to get close. We're getting closer. People know that. Tradeify funded every 500 viewers. Let me tweet again one more time. So right after this, like I said, there's nothing more to squeeze out of this. I think the market's just spanning the range of this little short squeeze in earnings. So we're good. Short, no shorting for me, no. And I never short a bull market. I never short a bull move. If I think it's gonna come down, I sit out like I'm doing now. I don't trust the up move, so I'm gonna wait for better dips. But the thing is that there is no better dip. The better dip was at the start of the day. So MHP holding the expected move that I drew at the start of the day is it. So the problem is if it fell to there again, I need conditions to improve to see if I'd want to long it again. And it looks like the conditions have improved. All of your hedge pressure resiliences are positive, which is good, which means if we were to fall, I'd see if this orange line is higher than it was here. If we bounce monthly hedge pressure resilience was here, if it were to fall a second time and it was even higher, I would long. If it was lower, I wouldn't. So that's what I'm gonna wait for. A nice, clean, bullish day today. Perfect long off yesterday's MHP. How's that working out for you, Brian? Like the yesterday's, I know you said that before, like the yesterday's targets have residual effects, and it's kind of making me think about opening a study on that. Because you're one of the people that have been telling me about that the targets from yesterday still have bouncing effects here. What size are my 5 Tradeify accounts? They're all 150K straight to funded accounts. So I think the Tradeify straight to funded is a good deal. I'm going to tell you guys, I think it's one of the best deals in town. That's why I do it. It's expensive, slightly more, but you're paying to get rid of eval. So time in market is less. You're paying to get rid of trailing drawdown, which is a godsend. And then you skip the eval stage. So psychologically, you're already at the funded stage. So there's fewer barriers to get funded. So to me, that's worth the value. And I'm just paying my way out of the hassle. That's the point. You made another 650 off of that. When you tell me you're making money off of that, it makes me want to look into it. I like making money. So maybe you're onto something, Brian. We always thought, because you know the options last over a period of time. So somebody's hedging yesterday at a certain spot. If they're still delta hedging, they're still going to be delta hedging at that same spot if they have a residual position still open and stuff. I'm sorry, if they have a position still open, there would be some residual hedging still. So there could be some merit to that. Like how good are yesterday's MHP pivots today? You've been keeping previous day's MHP and noticing it's a pivot point. And it does make sense, because if the option expires, MHP expires in, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, then obviously people are hedging it in real time as the days go by. That does make sense. I agree with you. Just 10 days to trade to get payout on Tradeify. Just 5. Let me tell you the trick to this. Any trader funding program that doesn't have anti-flipping rules, it is your total number of, it's 1 divided by your consistency. Or I guess, yeah. So if your consistency is 20% or 100 divided by 20, or 100 divided by your consistency rate is the actual number of days it takes to win. So with Tradeify, while it takes 10 days to get paid, with the no flipping rule at a 20% consistency, it really only takes 5. 5 trades to get to the end, and then the other 5 days open and close a position very quickly to advance the counter. Takes 10 calendar days but 5 trading days. So if somebody has an anti-flipping rule and then it's 10 days no flipping, then you have to trade 10 days, right? So any trick with the trader funding programs, if they don't have a rule that doesn't let you enter and exit a trade very quickly, which we call flipping, because a trading day just counts as a trading day. So I can buy a contract, sell a contract, immediately make 12 bucks or lose 12 bucks, and that's the trading day. If there's a no flipping rule, which some of them do have that, then you can't do this trick. But there is a no flipping rule, then the actual number of trading days is not the printed number, it's actually the consistency, and that's it. Top Step has a 50% or had a 50% consistency on their eval side. That's your 2 days. 100 divided by 50 is 2. So the best you can do is get half and then the other half. So at minimum, you need 5 trading days with Tradeify and 5 flip days. So usually between 5 and 10, you can get your payout or get payout ready. And then just wait until the 10th day. Make sure you do a little flip trade every day. So the point is with Tradeify, it's really a 5-day to payout. 10 calendar days with 5 trading days, which isn't too bad. 5 days minimum. That means you hit your consistency exactly, which you might not hit at 9,000 bucks for these accounts. It's 1,800 per day exactly. If you go over, then you need an extra day, which you're probably going to go over because you're not going to be exactly 1,800 every day. So you can expect Tradeify between 5 and 10. You need 7 or 8 days. Should be good. Do they have flipping rules? I've never seen a flipping. I've never seen a trading day not count, and I open and close all the time. I haven't deliberately flipped the accounts, but I haven't seen it not count as a trading day. So I'm assuming they don't have flipping rules. I didn't read it either. I've never gone there and say, hey, one of my days didn't count. What's up? Oh, well, you flipped the account, so it doesn't count. I haven't seen that yet. Not yet. And they all Tradeify always pays, yeah. Oh, by the way, while we're chilling, told you guys I'm gonna do like a little deep exploration of London next. We're talking about these guys. So I can find the futures. All right, so let me go ahead and clean up a space here. Now, this is probably one of the newer firms everyone's talking about right now. And I was like, okay, let's give them an honest look and check out. I do a comparison of the different packages they have. Let's take a look. They're a CFD, or I think a prop firm in the Forex space or whatever. Moving to futures, and so one of the bigger ones, payouts are good, things like that, no bad reps. And a lot of these big, Forex or CFD firms or whatever are like trying to enter into the futures market where we all live and, trying to make a splash here. So have you checked out Lucid yet? No, but I'm going to check out like ones that you guys want me to look at. This being one of the hotter ones everyone's talking about. I kind of want to make sure that I take a look at it, that you guys are informed. So, and obviously the rule is let's look at it and see what they offer, and let's learn how to completely milk them of all their money. That's really what matters. Can we milk these guys and steal every penny they've got? Let's check it out. So, let me, hold on. All right. So they have a, hold on one second. Let me. Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is one of the big talking points. When there's like a challenge phase and then a funded phase. So I guess like an eval phase and then a regular phase where you get funded, that you actually get 15% of your eval profits as a reward. I think, am I paying attention to the market? I'm sitting out, Romeo, waiting for the market to touch some kind of pivot. That's what I remember reading. MHPES. Oh, hold up. Wait. Is that the right number? 5516? Simon, what do you, wait. Oh. Where, wait. MHP. Oh. SPY. On SPY. Oh, do I? Do I want to take an ES trade? Okay. Thank you, Simon. As much as I hate it, I have to. I'm gonna long here and long again one more time. I'm gonna long here. I'm gonna double down it here, and then I'm gonna stop right there. Thank you, Simon. I owe you a steak with my $200. I love when you guys remind me that I need to be paying attention. Now again, it could take some drawdown. I don't like selling like this. You know, it's not my favorite. I hate taking the same bounce 2 or 3 times. But statistically, I should take it. Along and one more 10 points lower, I'll double up on my long, and then I'll close out on here. Breaking MHP, not the best sign. So if I double down here and trade it back today, I certainly will close out. So we don't want the market to break MHP. This is very bad if we do. Even this liquidity pocket, I can still take the long there, but very bad on MHP breaks, which I don't want to see. All right. But I'll long and get liquidity pocket and go. That is probably not the worst setup in the world. So I appreciate you for calling it out, Simon. Let's see if I can make anything out of this one. Clutch. Okay, let's see. Okay, back to checking about this. Now again, I'm just gonna watch my P&L. I'll need to see the chart, so I'll know if the trade's going against me by seeing if I'm losing money or not. All right. So what I'm reading is that, now I'm trying to find this on here, but that you can get 15% of your eval profit as a performance reward. This is what they were saying. Traders will get 15% of their performance split from the challenge phase as well. Let me get this link that I'm finding here. So traders qualify for 15% performance reward from the challenge phase once they withdraw a total 10% of their account size in their actual funded next account. So you get a bonus 15% performance reward from your challenge phase once you have withdrawn total 10% of your total account size. So if you have a $50,000 account and you've made $5,000 in profits, they're going to give you another 15% bonus, 15% of 5,000, which is $750. So you'll get a bonus on top of your payout, which is pretty cool. I don't think I've seen a firm do that yet. And again, that's pretty neat. They give you like a bonus for your trading. That's kind of cool. The other thing they have is that you get they guarantee that you get payouts within 24 hours, or they give you $1,000 bonus if they don't. So it's kind of like they've learned from the mistakes of when you enter the prop firm market. People are like, do these guys pay out or not? They're doing the Domino's model, apparently. 30 minutes or less, or you get your pizza for free. So that's kind of cool. So if you don't get your reward in 24 hours, they're going to give you $1,000 extra bucks. Do I recommend end of the day drawdown or intraday? End of the day drawdown every single time. If you can afford it, pay the extra money. It is monumentally different. The failure rate of intraday drawdown is like 20x. You will fail so much more. Free pizza, yeah. Okay, so no rewards. Hold on. They offer no reward cycle, no activation fees. I guess reward cycle means no payout cycles. No activation fees, no monthly charges, 100% performance reward, unrestricted news trading. So no profit split either. This is starting to sound better and better by the minute. No time limit on challenges. You can trade up to 10 contracts. I'm reading this website over here. So you get a bonus. They guarantee payout or they give you another bonus if you don't get paid within a day. No activation fee, no monthly charges. It's starting to look pretty damn good. Okay, let's see what the accounts are like though. So far, the payout structure, pretty nice. a little too good. How terrible are the accounts though? This is what we got to see. Okay, repeating. 15% of your challenger phase profit as a reward once you've taken 10% of your total profit or account size as profit. Okay, once you're paid, they give you a bonus. They give you a bonus if they don't pay you within 24 hours. No payout cycle, no activation fee, no monthly charge, it's a one-time fee. I think I have to double down on my trade here in that very bad phase. So, well, let's hit liquidity pocket. It should be good. About 55.32, I'll add to the position. What does futures look like? We should not be losing hedge pressure, but we'll see. I'd be very concerned. But again, this is just pre-earnings cycling. That's why I'm not longing at the top. No profit. Okay, so no payout cycles, no activation fee, no monthly charge, no profit split. No time limits on the challenges either. All right, so these accounts must be dog shit then. They must have the worst rules possible because that is one of the best payout guarantees I've heard of. Okay, let's see these accounts here. I'm very impressed so far. Let's see where they're. The question you always ask is how are you fucking me? You know what I'm saying? Were you gonna fuck me on this? So let's go see what the accounts are like. Okay, so they have let me read the rules though. I'm not really familiar with the rules. Okay, so the accounts are, okay, so let's look at the 100K as a good benchmark. 6,000 profit target, 3,000 total loss limit, 24 daily loss limit. That's very similar to Tradeify. So you get your 2 days of max daily loss to hit your maximum loss. But not around the same ballpark as Tradeify. So about the same. No activation fee. That's again, Tradeify is the same. I think they're the same. Yada yada. 40% consistency rule. That's actually pretty good. And 10% discount on resets. Okay, that's kind of nice. Now let's go read the actual rules. What kind of drawdown? It's got to be trailing drawdown, right? All right. Where's your boys? Where's your FYI on here? Or I mean, FYI, FAQs. Come on. I need more details. So you do a challenge phase. There's an eval. Get funded. Get your money. Okay. Top menu button. Okay, thank you. Hold on. Menu button. FAQ. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Futures. Let's go. All right. Where's the fine print? Let's see. Okay, challenge account. Let's read this up. It doesn't say. It doesn't say any kind of drawdown is trailing or not. That's very important. That's time and market. So there is no time and market either. You just have to get your profit target. That's it. Fixed profit target. That's it. Consistency rule 40%. That's pretty good. Benchmark days. Oh, so in the funded account, you can even pass your eval in a single day. Check out My Funded Futures. My Funded Futures is fantastic. I honestly hear nothing bad about those guys. So I'll check them out next, yeah. But benchmark days look like, I guess that means the number of days to trade to payout not required. So you can pass it in a single day, just like Apex. That's the Apex rule, which is nice. People use that. Now you must at least trade 5 days in your funded to get funded. Okay. Like, where's the catch here? After passing the challenge, you get your bonus. No trading. I don't understand what trading cycle is. Oh, no fixed trading cycle based on benchmark days. Oh, I guess that means you get paid out every so many days. I don't know. Yeah, but consistency requires so many days, right? So 40% means that you are, you have to trade 2.5 days at minimum. So three to 4 days is likely you're going to be your target to flip it. So that's not too bad. Loss limit rules. There we go. So daily loss limit and maximum loss limit is from your starting balance. These accounts are static? Wait a minute. If these accounts are static, this is too good to be true. Hold up. This can't be a static account. Hold on. Wait a minute. These aren't even trailing drawdown. This is off your starting account balance. These are static accounts. Tell me I'm wrong, you guys. There's no way. That is too good to be true. That's probably everybody's talking about these guys. Is it end of the day? Well, it says from your starting balance, right? Hold up. This is the total. The maximum loss limit is the total amount you're allowed to lose from your starting balance. Okay, so starting balance, end of the day drawdown, even better. Now, if it was static, I'd go all in. End of the day is still my bread and butter. No, it's end of the day then. From starting balance, I'm assuming that starting balance is your starting balance for the day, not starting balance in the account. Remember, a lot of these Forex type prop firms aren't US based, so their English may not be their first language. So you might have some translation errors, giving them a benefit of the doubt there. Yeah, see, the website is in multiple languages and stuff, so. I'll get clarification on that one. This is wild. Oh, hell yeah, back to the gap fill. Thank you, Simon. I owe you $900. I'm out. Simon Dean, but see, Simon has a history of always reminding me when I'm missing trades. See, that's what I like about Simon. He always is yelling at me about the trades I'm missing. He does this like at least 20 times. He's yelled at me when I'm not paying attention to a trade. Appreciate you, bro. You know I always do. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's a gap fill. What an easy day today. I honestly wouldn't milk it further. I would take what we got and be okay with it. All right. So I'm assuming that when they mean starting balance, that it's your daily starting balance. Look, guys, if this was a static account with those rules, I'd trade with them full time. Jesus Christ, it's too good to be true. But trailing drawdown, the fact it's not trailing drawdown is amazing. So I feel as if this is an end of the day drawdown. I can easily find out once I start trading with them. But yeah, dude, these guys are at par with Tradeify. This is like a hybrid of Apex and Tradeify together. Now, again, I still like Tradeify straight to funded program slightly better. I hate evals because it's more time and market. But for the price, these guys are hitting it pretty good. The guarantees make me happy. So they have their risk mitigated because it's the end of the day. That's just kind of nice. Let me double check everything one more time. Restricted strategies. Oh yeah, those are DCA rules and stuff. Let's see. That's where it can kind of get you. Account rolling. So you can't roll the accounts. Okay, so they have a no rolling rule, by the way. But either case, it's 40% consistency. You want to need to be rolling. You need to make at least some kind of trade. But there is no time frame. So as soon as you hit your profit target, you should be good. But it doesn't make any sense though, because account rolling is to get to a phase to turn the clock over, but they don't have a clock. So it's weird that there's even an account rolling rule. You know what I mean? They're not like you have to trade 5 minimum days. Account rolling is our way of getting around the minimum days. There is no minimum days. So that's weird why this rule would be there. I don't even know. Oh, because it's probably there. Oh, it's there in the funded stage. The funded stage has a minimum days of trading. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Floating loss count. Oh, okay. AD, where's that at? Let me see that link. Floating loss. Interesting. Yeah, rolling account is just like to advance the counter of a trading day. If they say you need to trade 10 days and you open and close a trade really quick, that counts as a day. So say you hit your profit target and you're ready to get payout, but you still got 3 more trading days left. People will roll them really quick by opening and closing, and they count it as a trading day. So some of them will have a no flipping or rolling or whatever they call it. Flipping, sorry. Let me start over. No, I'm sorry. I'm flipping. I'm so backwards. Not rolling. Flipping. They have a no flipping roll. And then the rolling is a... rolling is... shit. Okay, so rolling is something I do teach you guys to do. So when you have your 20 accounts, rolling is basically martingaling your accounts. That's what that means. So the idea is as the market's falling, you long here in one account, you long there in another account, you long there in another account, and you sacrifice a couple so that a couple of them win. It looks like they're very particular about not using martingale DCA strategies to hedge your accounts against each other. We teach that as a workaround on how to beat Apex and stuff. Yeah, not as great anymore, but still okay. What is intentional, right? Rolling is that, okay. This focus, probability rather than skill, describing proper risk management, market analysis, simple skimming when trading. So how they would determine subjectively would be it. So that would be kind of one of the things, that is one of the marks against it. But then again, it's part of their risk model. With everything else being so good, they got to do something to prevent people from doing from Apex. The reason people can build such high profitability with Apex is because they roll their accounts. All your influencers do it. It's very damaging to the prop model, to be honest. It's very good for you because you can get away with a lot more, but it's not necessarily a terrible role. It's a decent role to protect the prop firm, which you kind of want to do if they're guaranteeing all this other beautiful stuff. So there is, again, there's always a silver lining, you know, like and there's always kind of like, you know, a couple thorns here or there. The silver lining on this is that there is a protection for them. They don't want to get in insolvency mode where people are basically, you know, rolling their way into $1 million profits, which is okay. Performance reward is you get a bonus. So you get whatever you made in your sim account, your eval stage, once you finally get paid out, your first payout. After you get the total number of payouts, they're going to give you a bonus on top of that, 15% of your eval performance. So hopefully new life. Sorry, that's what they meant by rolling. Okay, let me see what else do they have. Copy trading. So unauthorized, wait, service ensures capabilities and reminds of fair competition. Wait, hold on. Relying on others, either signal service coordination with other traders and misrepresents traders' capabilities undermines fair competition. That's why unauthorized copy trading, group trading is strictly prohibited. Oh, so you can't like join a signal service that trades for you. I get it. So within their platform, you can copy trade with your own accounts. Okay, that's normal. Excessive micro scalping. Okay, you're not doing that. People, when the micro scalping rule is there because people exploit the sim data feeds in actually use discrepancies between sim and live to micro scalp their way to profit. In the ETF competition, they had to ban somebody for doing that. The very first day in the ETF, the competition that I won, the very first day, there was somebody that had made like thousands of percent right out the door. And they were basically high frequency trading, micro scalping the bid and ask for like 2 or 3 ticks, thousands of times a day. And so if you do that, you can actually exploit lots of money from the prop firms because the sim data feeds lag behind the real ones. And so people will look for evidence in the real account, and then the algorithm will trade the discrepancy in the paper account. And that's very profitable, but they all know about it and they all catch you. So that's what that rule is preventing. Spoofing strategies. Again, you know, the bid ask here is somewhat real, so they don't allow you any kind of spoofing. Makes sense. Like these paper feeds are actually real data feeds that they track the underlying, but they also mimic people's real orders. So the fact that they have like anti-spoofing, anti-layering, order book spoofing and feigning, like these are strategies people use to manipulate the real bid and ask and manipulate the real algorithm. I'm having a stroke right now. I can't even talk. Manipulating the real algorithms that are pricing the market by manipulating the bid and ask. So these are just things you can't do. Okay. Grid trading, watch trading, latency arbitrage. Yeah, latency arbitrage is what I was talking about. So these are all the ways people cheat. So down here, these are all the cool cheating strategies that people have come up with over the years. No cheating rules. Okay, but can I get to like the drawdown? How does this all work? That's all I care about seeing right now. A couple more. So this is trailing end of the day system. Okay. So maximum loss limit is trailing end of the day, it looks like. Daily loss limit is floating AD. Let's read that. Daily loss limit is a soft breach. Oh, okay. So this is the aha. Okay. So this is where I was like, okay, how do they fuck you? Not really fuck you, but this is a little challenging, but it's not bad. You have a daily loss limit, which is a soft breach only, which is actually kind of good. That's trailing daily loss limit. So, but the thing is that with Apex, the trailing daily loss limit it ends your account. This just daily loss limit. You get a second chance. So that's actually really good. It's a soft breach. So this is a massive improvement over Apex. Oh my God. I hope you guys are loving that we can explore this together and kind of learn about this, because everybody's talking about these guys. And I haven't even looked at the rules yet. So now I'm kind of like excited. You know, I want to work with them and get an affiliate, situation going and get you guys a code, because I don't want to miss out on like the next hot firm either. But so DLL trailing like Apex, but it's a soft breach. You get a second chance. That's awesome. That's immediately better than Apex. So these accounts, let's see how expensive they are. Then when you go, your maximum loss limit is end of the day, which is really good. So basically they make the eval stage slightly harder with trailing, but it only soft breaches you. And mixed with the no minimum account days to trade, that's really good. And unlimited news trading, which means you can YOLO your way into a funded account just like you can with Apex, as long as you just get lucky. So a lot of people are going to copy trade YOLO 20 accounts to victory on a news event and get it. Unrealized profit. No, unrealized profit means trailing drawdown. So soft breach means it's the daily loss limit. So you have a daily loss limit that you can't lose or it stops you for the day. You have a maximum loss limit, which is the total loss limit, which is end of the day drawdown off of the total of the account. So an example is if your daily loss limit is $3,000 and your total loss limit is 6,000, then if you lose 3,000, you just stop for the day. And then when you lose 6,000, you've blown up the account. The first stop for the day is a trailing drawdown, which we don't like that here, but it's not bad either. Once you get to funded and it's end of the day, oh my God, that's amazing. Because then end of the day funded is just like Tradeify. That's why I like Tradeify. So here has a slightly harder step for the benefits of all the other guarantees at the end. So it's starting to look pretty good, slightly harder up front, but therefore the accounts must be slightly cheaper to go with it. So we had a pretty good look at these guys, see what they offer. Let's go back and see how much these accounts actually cost. With it being slightly harder on the front end, hopefully they're going to be cheaper, which would make it amazing. And let's just do a comparison to Apex. And let's do a comparison to Trade. They're a hybrid of Apex and Tradeify's rules, which I do like. Apex trader funding. So we're going to compare 100K plans between the two of them. And we'll notice Apex being the cheaper one. You know, your $100,000 Apex account with trailing drawdown, all that actually busts your account with the same rule: 6,000 to win, 3,000 to lose, give or take, on the 100K, which is pretty much Apex's rules. Apex's 100K is $200. You know, minus a. Hold on, wait. But scrolling around, it's $200 for your eval stage, plus your $100 activation, right? So if you imagine you get Apex at 80% off and it's only $20, and then you have your $100 activation fee, or is it 130 now? It's been a while since I've used them. So maybe Apex is about 150 per account for 100K. These guys are 450. Now let's talk about the difference in price. What are you getting for the more price? Let's investigate this. Apex being cheaper. These guys are giving you the second chance on your daily loss, which is good. A soft breach on your trailing drawdown. Apex will bust you completely. So for 3 times the price, you get a second chance in the trade. So the fact that you get quote unquote a second chance when you hit your trailing drawdown, let's effectively make that per chance. So let's make this 225. Let's put it tit for tat. So since you, right, in Apex, you'll blow up, completely have to start all over if you hit your trailing drawdown. With Funded Next, you get a second day. So it makes sense to half the price, right? So it's at 130. Okay, so 150 total. So when Apex has a sale, 150 total for your 100K account. Funded Next, you get 2 attempts for 450. So 1 attempt is 225. So it's slightly more expensive per attempt, but then you have the other rules. No activation fee once you pass, which we already accounted for the activation fee. So tit for tat, this is the total cost of both of them. There's no profit split. Okay, so that's worth the extra money. And you get the bonus when you do get paid, which is worth the extra money too. 2 attempts with 1,200 drawdown each day. Yeah, that is the hard part of this. That's the one part that's going to make it hard. Apex's trailing drawdown is 3,000. Their trailing drawdown is 24. So Apex gives you slightly wider range. But then again, you know, $2,400 each time. So you get a second day. If you lose 24 the first day, you get a second day, you got $600 a buffer. Yeah, and they have discount codes like every single week. So again, we don't know what their discount codes will be, but this is Apex with its discount. This is them without a discount. And we probably get like a discount with them too, whatever they will be. Yeah, so that's actually not bad. Now let's compare it to Tradeify, which is the fan favorite around here, one of the fan favorites around here. For the 100K, let's compare this to the... It's hard to say because the 100K Advanced is the one with the trailing drawdown. And Tradeify's, you just can't beat their Advanced account. It's cheaper than both of them together. Well, I'm sorry, no, minus the activation fee. Sorry, it's slightly more expensive. So 100K, this is Apex. So we're looking at the trailing drawdown. So we're going to compare that with the Advanced Tradeify. The Advanced Tradeify for 100K is 109. Again, we get 30% discount. So that is $37 off, give or take. So 72 plus 125 to activate. Wait, what's the reset fee? They get a 10% discount on reset fees here. Okay, too. So Tradeify is roughly like 207, slightly cheaper for pretty much the same thing. So they're at par with each other per attempt. There's no consistency rule on Tradeify though, on the advanced account, on the eval side. I think it's 1 day to pass. Right. All in all, Fund Index, not bad, guys. Let's see what those discounts are like, though. That's what we're all excited about. So essentially, it's tit for tat, kind of at par with its competitors as far as that goes. But yeah, the performance reward is really cool. Nobody does that. And then, you know, that hybrid of trailing drawdown for a soft reach, that's kind of cool. With Apex, you basically just, once you hit your trailing drawdown, you're dead. So the fact is that you have a tighter trailing drawdown with Fund Index, but you get a second attempt in case you fuck up. Nice. Do I recommend Tradeify's growth account or straight to funded? Straight to funded. Like with Tradeify, the benefit of Tradeify, while all the other rules are spectacular, the benefit of straight to funded is it's fewer days in market. Time in market is the way that you need to milk your prop firms. The quicker you get to payout, the more probability you have of getting payout. So straight to funded skips, you know, a whole eval phase. Eval phase is what you're working through to like waste your time and not get funded. Funded next is like, we'll give you 15% of your eval profits just to reward you a little bit for that, which is kind of neat. So it looks like they have an understanding of the space and a way to mitigate some of the complaints people have about, you know, the more you spend in the market, you actually do get some of your eval profits back, which is kind of cool. Can I check out Blue Guardian? Let's check them out tomorrow. I don't want to spend like too many hours focusing on all the prop firms. Like every day though, we can investigate and check out one if you guys want. They made 30% discount for pre-order before they launched, FYI. I'll promote them actively if I get a good discount. You know me, if I don't get a good discount, then I don't promote anybody. I'm not going to lie to you guys and push something to y'all that I think is a bad value. So. Blue Guardian, you think they're underrated? Okay, I'll check it out. So, if they give us good discounts, that's what I say. Whoever gives us the best discounts gets talked about the most on the stream. All I care about is the best value for your buck. I love this market, man. It's been such a good day. All right. Almost time for the giveaway. Hold on. Let me check something really quick. I gotta do something for my project team. Oops. Oops. No. Hold on 1 second. We're doing some back-end updates on Rocket Scooter. Anybody grab that second monthly hedge pressure long today? Who grabbed that second trade? Simon Dean alerting me to a trade. You guys are telling me a trade. I love it. What a great day today, you guys. Don't argue with the greater market. I gotta tell y'all that. All right. One more thing here. Anybody short this today? I'll try shorting this or what? Hell yeah, hell yeah. You guys long in this? Y'all playing this? That's great, man. I'm so happy. I like what I tell you, I like when the market gets clean. I like bull markets. They're cleaner, they're nicer, they're easier to trade. They make me just, oh my God, like how clean today was. I'm even not even paying attention. Someone's like, Matt, hedge pressure. I'm like, oh, okay, dive right in. Like, fuck it, let's go. Not a bad day. Oh, it's that time again. Hold up. It's giveaway time. Hold on, guys. Sure, I got everyone taken care of over here. Those of you, make sure you follow your directions. If you won your accounts yesterday, I caught up with everybody yesterday, finally. If you win your account, you have to send me a message with your email or you're going to get delayed a day. So that's usually important. New day, new month. Okay, so this month, I'm gonna go talk to the guys at FundIndex and see if they can give us some accounts to give away. I can work out an arrangement with these guys. That'd be nice. Check them out. You guys let me know what you think. Always good. You know, we can guinea pig them with some free accounts. That sounds lovely. Okay. It's giveaway time, baby. Okay. Since it's the new month starting, I'm getting organized really quick. Hold on, let me tell you guys what we're gonna do today. We're gonna take profits, those set up. We got 10 of those. We've got 12 Tradeifys. We've got 13 take profits. We've got 12 ETFs. Very good. Very good. Turn out those new months, baby. Ooh, baby. End of the month account. End of the month account done. Well, I actually went over on accident. I don't know if one of y'all scammed me out of a free account or whatever. I had one person come up and be like, "Here's my, you know, I won the giveaway," and I'm like, "I'm out of codes." So either I lost track, which is likely the case, or one of y'all scammed me, which is unlikely the case. I probably just lost track. Thank you. It's all you need and all you want. Is it time? Do I... Huh? Well, no, we have to decide on what we're giving away first. Wait, what's that? Sound of that? Let's start off small today. Just for today. Let's do our TPTs today. You guys love take profit, right? Let's get back into TPT. Let's do two. Let me give away two. Why not? Why the hell not? 2 TPT. 50K accounts today. 50K. Do the 50Ks. This is our bread and butter giveaway. TPT 50Ks. We have so many of those to give away. We also get 150s from these guys too. And I'm gonna save those for a really good day. I'm talking like a big day. We got full viewers, everything. But I mean, you know, like while we're sitting here just thinking about, you know, all the stuff, and we're going, whatever, I don't know, just see if there's anything that we're gonna have to look at. Rocket School is the best.
Resilience, support in the bull zone.
Woo!
Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you own.
Okay, type it in. TPT. Oops, I gotta set it. TPT.
All you need and all you own. Rocket scooter.
TPT.
Rocket scooter's the best.
Spam it.
Rocket scooter.
No Tradeify day TPT though.
Rocket scooter's best system in the world. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Best system in the world. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter.
With AI hands all the time. With blue glasses on your face. Alright. Let's do today's winner of 50K TPT accounts. It's James. James M. Come forward, sir. You got 46 seconds to claim your prize. Cool, bro. All right, one more. Man, I can't get enough of that song. This song is the best. Jake from State Farm. Supporting the bull zone. Rocket scooter. Good job, guys. Congrats, Skull. Come back tomorrow, same time. Giveaway every single time, every single day. Give away something. Very cool, guys. Good job. All right, James and Jake. Good job. Oops. What you guys have to do is send me a message to Discord and send me your email address today, and make sure you make an account with TPT or else you won't get your account. So do all that today. I'll send you instructions, but send me a message, a DM with your email. You want to know cool? You want to tell you a cool story? Y'all ever noticed that I got these when me and Wolf Financial and Stock Market News Country Wolf went and spent a month in Miami together. Bitcoin 2022, the height of Bitcoin back in the day, and we hang out with these guys. If you guys notice, these are a very expensive FTX US brand glasses. Oh, I've got FTX sunglasses. Okay, you guys see that? These are a collector's item. Okay, that'd be like if I had sunglasses that said Bernie Madoff on the side. Okay, you ain't ever gonna be able to find these on eBay. These are amazing. I've kept them forever. These are the famous blue glasses that I'm wearing in all my pictures too. The lifetime membership here give out data fees. They don't. The data fee, it goes to the exchange, so we unfortunately can't give you free data. Good job, guys, all the winners. Congrats. I'm excited to see everybody winning. This is nice. So winners, don't forget, you need to go make your account at TPT. So make an account, then send me a message in Discord with the account email, and that's it. So good job. Proud of you guys. All right, let's get rolling. Back to the market. Cool ass bull market day. That's so much fun. I love our giveaways. Every day we're gonna give something away, and pretty soon we'll be able to give away at least 3 to 5 accounts per day. We're getting close. Right now we have 46 donated prop accounts to give away every single month. Donated, not to mention the extra ones I buy with my Tradeify profits. So what I make from the affiliate with Tradeify, I go out there and buy funded accounts for you guys. Every time we hit 500, I give away a funded account. So every day. We have 500 at the end, Tradeify funded. We're getting close. We're trying to grow that stream here. You know what I'm saying? Good job. James Sem got it, and Jake from State Farm got it. Congrats, you too. Take profits, great. You're gonna love them. We're gonna talk to the old Funded X guys and see if they can't give us a bunch of accounts. If they give us at least 10, I'm gonna be excited. Everyone else that's a big player gives us at least 10. So the big players, they're gonna be serious about it. So I'd like to give away accounts like every single day, at least give you guys something. Y'all love prop trading. Might as well give y'all something back, you know? Did you win, Victor? In my heart's Victor, you're always a winner. And my favorite winner. I don't know what this gray line is here. Is that a gap fill on futures? Let me double check. Ah, that is. So I don't know if we did fill that gap yesterday in S&P. Let me double check. I forgot that I had drawn that there. Where the hell, what day is it? What day is that from? Oh, that's from that day. Okay, did we break through it? We feel like I have yesterday. Oh no, not yet. So I didn't even think about it, guys. There's an S&P futures gap fill at let me put on my regular glasses. But yeah, if you guys, you ever want to see my favorite collector item I have from all time of trading, obviously one of the biggest financial scams in history, right here. And I have their celebratory blue sunglasses. Let's go. 55.8461 has not been tapped. That's a gap fill from that big sell-off day we had many moons ago. Nasdaq's has already been filled, however, I believe. Yep. If you took a loan from FTX, you won big. If they took a loan from you, then they won big. It's kind of like, look back in time, and I'm so glad that I never paid off my Blockbuster, late fees. So happy. I probably had $20-something sitting there in late fees. Hopefully they don't come collecting. Oh wait, they can't. But if you lost your money with the FTX, it's definitely gone. That guy was a weirdo, man. The owner. You spend so much money every week at Blockbuster. I know. So same here. I used to rent the same games over and over because they still have my save files on them. I was the only person in my hometown that played any of the Final Fantasy games or Chrono Trigger games, or Chrono Trigger, any of them, because I bought them and the save file was called Matt. No one ever rented those games and deleted all my save files because I could actually rent them again the next weekend and pick up where I left off all the time. What trade did I take today? I took 2 scalps right out the door. I longed from here to pretty much there. And then I waited for this little dip right here. And I longed from there to gap fill one more time. Rocket Scooter is the best. I don't know why I'm still getting like so much smudges here on my glasses. Driving me crazy. Oh, that isn't. Okay, good. That's not a scratch. It was just dirt. Even my new glasses, man. Bullish or bearish gap? It was 55.84 was a bearish gap down from a big sell-off day we had like many months ago. Many months ago, maybe many weeks ago. That was the big sell-off day before the crash. That was the day when right at the end of the day, Trump threw a bombshell. The market went up and crashed out that day and then gapped down and crashed over the next 3 days. Those are your circuit breaker days. Meaning this right here. Right here. So like, remember that day after market, Trump said something, the market went up and then completely crashed out. And then 1, 2, 3 days, circuit breaker threats and all that. And then we kind of healed since then. So that gap is still kind of chilling. 55.84. Sounds like the U.S. debt, LOL. Yeah. Where the U.S. is betting that everyone else just disappears and then they don't have to pay it back or whatever. Work had to mute the contest. Carrasco's the one. Thanks, Patty. Appreciate ya. You almost bought Netflix. They did. It was like they almost bought Netflix for what was it, like a paltry amount. It was like 10 million, maybe 20 million. Then they laughed at them or whatever. I don't know if it maybe is more than that, but Blockbuster buy Netflix. For 50 million. 50 million was the offer. Like, relatively speaking, what Netflix is worth, probably like a couple $100 billion now, I'm sure. Blockbuster was like, the internet, who's gonna ever actually know? At the time, Netflix was mailing discs to people. That's right. Nobody had the foresight of the streaming media thing taken over because no one understood what the internet was. It became such a silly thing because nobody could perceive internet speeds being fast enough to send a movie to you. So nobody thought online was going to be a big deal. And then back at the time, Netflix literally, you'd order a movie, they'd send you a scratched up DVD in the mail. You'd get it and you put it in, whatever. And the Blockbuster was like, no, thank you. We support the brick and mortar instead of the mail order model of the world. Blockbuster was just fucking idiots on 2 different fronts. The people at Blockbuster were so dumb. They didn't believe in the mail order industry being where everyone's going to get deliveries of stuff. So they lost out on that big deal. And then they didn't believe in the internet being a big thing either. They had no foresight. They, I guess, apparently were asleep in the 1970s because they're the record store thing and people are always going to use records. Did they not learn their lesson when CDs came out? People used to use VHS tapes, now they use CDs. Now, renting tapes and DVDs is always going to be the thing. And look, they just came out with Blu-ray, even better discs. No foresight that format was ever going to go away. The brick and mortar store was ever going to become completely obsolete. What kind of mouth-breathing caveman ran that fucking company? Like, you kidding me? Well, people are always going to buy records. What are you talking about? Yeah. No. They have even better discs, guys. Look, they just came out with better discs. They hold twice as much storage. And Netflix is like, hey, we're a budding internet company. You buy our discs, we mail them to you. That makes it easier. People don't have to walk up to the store. Yeah, but people love the video store experience. Do they? Maybe they did before the internet. Now people don't leave their houses. But then it was kind of like, 50 million would have been great. Would have been a great opportunity for them. And then finally, once the internet model was taken off, they started the Blockbuster Online. It was way too late. I've never seen history of a company being so out of touch with the industry that they're leading. Like Kodak, as digital cameras started becoming a thing, what happened to those guys? You know what I mean? You got to kind of evolve with the technology. They still make film and all that, but it's not that big of a deal, right? You had to focus on what people, your enthusiasts, are going to still buy film and stuff. But Blockbuster had the money. They had multiple chances. They had golden opportunities. And yet they thought that nobody could see the internet was going to take over. I mean, it's so crazy. They had mail order before Amazon, but never capitalized on it. Oh, that's true. They do wolf camera processing film, yeah. So like Kodak adapted, right, to their pending doom. You gotta adapt quick enough. Yeah, Kodak did actually make the first digital camera. I do remember that. Which is why you have to believe that a social media company like Meta and whatever is not going to be the big company forever until they adapt and modify. And they were smart enough to see it, which is why, Facebook, and then they bought Instagram. Now they're getting into VR. Google, that was a search engine, which became saturated. Now Google makes phones. Google makes applications. Google has workspace process. They have everything. Amazon has server hosting for businesses. I mean, like, all these companies out there are expanding as they should to, like, catch up with the times and whatever. Napster. Napster's making a comeback, I'm hearing. Like, the name is, somebody bought Napster, the name or something recently. I thought I heard on the headlines. Napster just got sold, I think. Yep. Napster was sold to Infinite Reality for $207 million in 2025. Infinite Reality plans to transform Napster into a social interactive music platform. Oh, they're trying to create like a Spotify. But like, when you buy for $200 million, you're just literally buying the name. Like, there aren't employees of Napster, were there? Was there any kind of anything? Yeah. Von Dutch is making a comeback? What? I didn't read about this. That's actually coming back. Where's freaking, what's her name? Snooki, when you need her. When she, like, Jersey Shore people, that's all they were like the Von Dutch hats, and then like Gwen Stefani and all the pop stars and stuff. Christina Aguilera, they were all wearing Von Dutch hats back in the day. Paris, really? Please bring back Paris Hilton. No, Von Dutch was like I don't know if they were a boat company, but maybe they were, but they were big because they sold it was like the trucker hat trend. All the girls were wearing trucker hats. Became like insanely popular in like the Jersey Shore era of America. You guys remember those couple of years when we all watched Jersey Shore? I didn't connect AMP to the platform. There's a video to help, but what you do is you just go to connections on the platform at the bottom, and then you connect with your CQG credentials here, and then it just taps you right in. Van Dutch is a big name. Chris, as you guys know, Chris is a yacht photographer. He is like a luxury photographer. He hears like yachts. He's like, oh, I want not Van Dutch though, but Von Dutch. Greg is like, who's we? There was that era for a couple years. America was fascinated by the drama of the Jersey Shore. Paulie D. Okay. So now today we are pulling back a little bit again, another time, falling to MHP. MHP resilience is slightly better. Resiliences, all the resiliences are better. Market's looking pretty solid today. I guess I'm pretty happy with my gains are. What is this? 30. I didn't even add it up. 31. I haven't touched the market since this photo. 31, 41, 48, 54. Nice. I might have broken the 100K today. I might be right on the edge. We'll see. It's kind of weird how it's pushing up. There is some selling leading into earnings, so I'm a little standoffish today about trying to keep trading this. We didn't get a lot of upward momentum. This certainly isn't a rally day. Doesn't feel like it. We'll see if we get anything good off of this. The universe was just handing us trades here today, all day today. I'd like to hit that liquidity pocket one more time. That'd be kind of nice. Let me wait for it. So you're right. My marriage was on the rocks when I discovered Matt and Rocket Scooter. Now I have 3 children. Thanks, Matt. That's hilarious. It reminds me of like the 3 Wolves shirt on Amazon. Like, I used to never get girlfriends until I bought this shirt with 3 wolves on it. I get chicks every day. Oh, those early 2000 internet memes. Amazon comment memes, so good. That's an interesting model with the Fund Index, guys. I like it. It's a nice little hybrid. They have the good deals coming out. They're actually fairly affordable, so compared to everyone else. So it kind of at par with a lot of them, but a hybrid between Tradeify and Apex was kind of neat. Now, if they start making a direct to fund it, I'd be excited. You watch a guy pulling Vegas fist pump for an hour straight. That hand just kept going. Pretty sure he saw every episode of Jersey Shore. That guy was probably on a lot of Molly too at that point in time. You can't drink enough to wear more Von Dutch. I have never owned a trucker hat. I was never, at that time, rock bands, especially like Christian rock bands, everyone was wearing trucker hats, and like that was the topic. I never did though. I never jumped onto it. You'd see everybody wearing it though. But next, you can't DCA. That is the one downside. You can't DCA between your accounts. Well, okay, let me start over. You probably could. You just have to prove to them that you're not trying to take, you know, like by just sacrificing accounts to win at others. You'd have to show that you have a legitimate strategy to trade at one and trade at the other. And again, if they start denying you because of that, just don't use them. You know, but the idea is that they're always subjective. Sometimes with rules like that, you have to kind of just test and see what you can do and what you can get away with. When are walls going to come back? They're not. We're not bringing them back. We got to simplify the platform to be like less stressful on the server. It was a widget that very few people use. It's the older app that we incorporated into here. And then it was causing too much overload on the server because some people were doing like custom requests and such. And we just basically trimmed the stuff out that was unnecessary. And everything got super clean and super fast again. I'm going to grab one of the ETF DTFs. Not yet. I told them I want to have a talk with them, and I'm gonna see if I can't get them to change their program with all the information that we got together when we were looking and analyzing the account. You know, remember we did that on stream, and then we were like, it was kind of like it lost to Tradeify in every single category for the most part, except for one. And so I'm gonna talk to them and tell them that and say, here's a good idea for your directed fund, and maybe you should model it like this. That way it'll be a little more appealing, because it didn't seem appealing at all when Tradeify won in every category for the most part. So I begged them. I was like, hey, I want you guys to hear me out. Your directed funded program is like so promising to be one of the biggest things y'all do, but I think maybe I have some ideas that can really help it catch on. It's not, and as I told them, I was like, it's not going to catch on the way that's designed right now. Like, I know you guys are piloting it just to test, but this is what the community thinks, and I'll get some information and some advice for you guys. Like, okay, yeah, we'll do it. So today I've got a meeting with them just to see if, you know, again, the prop firms are always trying to figure out what works in the purview of their own risk model, and that's how they designed it. And if for you guys, you don't care, you're just going to compare product to product, and you're going to want to see it competitive. So maybe I can give them some pointers. We'll see. Yeah, they have a straight to funded at ETF now. Well, they just piloted it, so they're just starting with the program. And of course, there's always room for improvement, so I'm giving them a fair chance to, you know, guess and test and see what works. But I'm going to have a meeting with them later to chat with them about it. And, you know, tell them some of the ideas you guys had about ways to improve their program. Raise the cost and make the payout window 5 days. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what direct to funded is, a premium product. You're going to want to make it to where it's right, it costs more, it's easier to pass. I mean, that's the whole point of it. You make it cost more, yeah, just like Tradeify. You have the daily wall. Well, I mean, it's subjective to like what you guys like. It's not taught anymore, and it's not something that we back, like as far as like with our strategy teachings. Like, it's just something that, you know, the old schoolers probably still used, but there's no way to bring it back. We got rid of it permanently, unfortunately. Maybe as an optional indicator at some point. As far as a widget in the platform that's opening a direct connection to the server, is kind of like bogging down the servers for something that very few people use. Bringing back like an indicator and calling it walls, that's something we could do. An overlay on the chart, yeah, probably. So at some point, I'll add that to the project list. Maybe we can do something like that. God, how do I get so many Discord messages every day? I spend like an hour clearing them all up, and I've got like 30 again. Oh, it's all the contest winners, probably. I'm always communicating with you guys. So if y'all winning the contest, I'm so happy that y'all are winning. Y'all are winning free accounts. That makes me happy. All right, Tradeify. How far am I? How close am I to victory here? Like, let's refresh. Enhance. 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 Dude, I'm so close. I'm at 999. Hold on. I'm at 28.5. It's like 98.5. Give or take. Almost there. Yeah, where I got you, man. So to make the process of getting your funded account or getting your contest accounts faster, you gotta send me a message or email every time you win. It makes it easier. All right, guys, I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. Give me a drink. Will I get 100K today? Hopefully so. Hopefully so. My win rate, 75.11 still percent. Through all of this, man. I'm so pumped. To maintain 75% win rate in this garbage market over the last 3 months, I'm very proud of myself. I feel like I'm like at, like, this is the peak performance I've had as far as my trading career goes. Not money-wise, I'm talking as like stats-wise. I've been babysitting this Tradeify process all the way since February. Even through this, even through that, I maintained 75% win rate. I'm very proud of myself for doing as well as I did. Jank, I'll get your message. If you send it, I'll get it. I'll get it today. If you're not really trading CFD when trading with the prop, why not sign up for a CFD prop account? I don't know how that works in here because CFDs are considered illegal products in the United States. So I don't know how a CFD prop account would work. I guess that would be a legal product because it's not really trading. I don't know. The industry is very weird about CFDs. So I think like in the United States, people don't touch it because they're, you know, you can't trade CFDs to begin with. Did I take a quick bong rip? Nah, I just do a gummy. Smoking's bad for your lungs, but gummies are good for your soul. Had to go refill the old shaker bottle. The water. I would very much love to see this tap liquidity pocket one more time. Since, yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Since it's not allowed, but it's paper trading anyways, and you get paid for paper trading. Could you technically trade CFD prop firms? I think you could. The legality of that seems like it's a loophole of a loophole, so it's so hard to understand how this prop world works sometimes. It's not really actual trading. I think iDoc is taking a nap. I heard the TV on downstairs and she's not up here dancing with me during the giveaway. That chick's still hungover from the wedding. One of the people at the wedding was going around with the breathalyzer test and making people breathe into it. If they weren't drunk enough, he'd make you drink. This is what the party was like. She showed me, she's like, hey, check it out. He was running off the breathalyzer. I'm like, oh, that's how responsible of him. Like, okay, if you're too drunk, I'm not letting you drive. She's like, no, if you're not drunk enough, he'd make you take a shot. Nobody was driving anywhere. Everybody was staying there. I was like, oh, that's even funnier. How drunk are you, sir? Bring a shot. Let's go. Yeah, the assistant can take the account. But I mean, if it's a prop firm still, though, it's not even a real account. You're just doing that loophole. You're like a trading consultant, which is how they can pay you in the sim-to-funded stuff. It could be allowed. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I think you're right, Chris. I don't think you would actually take you couldn't take a live CFD account. You could just take basically live profits. I mean, hell, you can do a prop firm trading anything in that regards. Sim anything. Can I comment on the fact that we are in no positions on QQQ? We're above the bulls. What are the magic ingredients in my green juice? Cucumber, spinach, lemon, apple, and celery. I think it's what she puts in that green juice. So QQQ, right, is same as anything else, is today that we hope MHP holds. Resiliences are positive, which means, you know, half gap is likely to hold and the gap is likely to hold as well. So in this kind of mode where we're just bouncing around, I'm kind of sitting out and waiting for any second pullback to make an attempt, you know, hedge pressure to tap. Any bears today obviously would benefit from a monthly hedge pressure break, would be good to a bear setup, but from here there's no problems taking the bull side. I'm waiting for half gap support. We've already seen that trade once. I'm waiting for MHP support. We've already seen that trade once. So just to see that the market survives all of that. SPY in the similar boat. All kind of supports underneath SPY today. We don't need this anymore. Holding that MHP is great. I loved. Actually, hold on. Oh, we opened below MHP. Oh, okay. Damn it. I thought I guess I just forgot. Yeah, now I remember we did open below it. So that is kind of concerning for the S&P. Yeah, this is a squeeze is how I'd read this. Yeah. A squeeze with the attempt to likely fill this gap today. I think that's something that's going to be on the table. And QQQ opened above, I think. QQQ was the stronger of the two today. QQQ definitely opened above. Options prop firms are up and coming more. I'm starting to see like a lot of buzz about options prop firm. It being in a different industry, I wonder how that's all going to play out. Like the options space being a whole different ball of regulation. Somehow, you know, in the prop firms, they may be able to exist under, you know, CFTC ruling and an FA and all them regulations that those guys have. You know, the prop firms have been able to skirt the future stuff. I'm curious how the SEC and FINRA is going to handle the same situation in their industries. Very curious. Like the bull market keeps playing out. Hey, this days like this bleeding my fucking theta, my options. Options trade only down. Oh, actually, I'm only down 2% today, which is good. I guess that's good. Down only 2%. Theta bleed day. The options I bought yesterday, the ones I added into, were up 20% though. So yesterday, which was a phenomenal trade that I made. Let me show you guys what I did yesterday. So I bought, again, I'm very secretive about my sauce about what I'm doing with my options. I think I've already leaked enough information that you guys can kind of guess what I'm doing. But I'm very secretive. So this is the actual options trade I made. And I only do options when I'm swing trading and betting on market reversal. So as we're trucking along, I was going to buy some call options just to retrace this as the market was selling off. But then we got a big 10% pump up on the pause of the trade war stuff. And then we fell. And then this day, I was getting a haircut, so I completely missed out on this. And then after this day, at the bottom, I loaded up on calls that expired 6 weeks out at the time. And then as the market rallied and then sold off some more, I lost some theta. I averaged in and got some more calls here. And then as the market rallied right here yesterday, at bottom DD band, I bought even more calls for the expiration of the 16th of May. So this is a lotto play from here. If the market takes another leg up, I'm going to 10x my money, which is what I'm looking to do. If the market legs down, then I'm out whatever I've invested in, which is roughly close to like 60K. Not a lot. So at least I'm trying to build a healthy position to bet on the betterment of the trade war. I require and need Trump and the other parties out there to consistently come up with, you know, deals with each other to work things out. That's what I'm betting is going to happen. And then I'm betting that earnings are going to come out to be okay, because they really haven't felt the effect of the tariffs yet. And I believe the economy was doing well. So earnings season is going to hopefully be good leading into this week. And then I hope that, you know, we get continuing good news with Trump and China. As we've been seeing Trump pause the tariffs, I immediately tweeted that afternoon the bottom's in. Okay, so just where do I enter was the next step. And then watching Vixen decay below triple B is all I need to see that liquidity's back in the market. So that I'm not going to have big sell-off days that just nuke my position from being out of the money for too long. That the market's going to be stable and holding. That was perfect for me to also support my long trade with options, because you don't want a lot of volatility, you know, in an options trade. It's just kind of the enemy of a long options trade. Today there's beef between Trump and Bezos. Yeah. So I'm thinking with no worsening bad news. Now, again, any moment in time, Trump can come through and cut my lottery ticket in half by saying, you know, hey, China, fuck you. Trade war is back on. Deal wasn't reached, and the market's going to absolutely collapse. So the idea is that you got to take a speculative bet on your belief. Which direction your lotto finger pointing at, up or down? The fact that they're talking about its mutually assured destruction and neither country find it sustainable, it's inevitable they reach a conclusion that's favorable to not crash the global economy and the markets. However, the problem with the options trade is while the conclusion will be favorable, it may not be favorable on my timeline. With the options trade, I need it to happen within a certain amount of time or I lose the bet. I'm betting on it happening sooner rather than later, as the market is hitting circuit breakers almost on trade war news, that is the exhaustion point. So now is the right time to bet on that if there is a good bet to have. If I don't get $1 million bet out of this or whatever, then I don't get $1 million bet. But this is the chance to take with $1 million bet. I'll take it every single time. In 2022, when I did the same kind of bet, it paid off a lot. So if it only works 1 out of 10 times, I still bank. So every, 2 or 3 times a decade, you get this kind of opportunity line up. So I'm just betting on the market recovering. And I'm crossing my fingers that no bad news enters the picture. And every time economic data comes out, I'm just reading it to make sure there's no weird excursions, you know. And there hasn't been. It's been nice. Data's looking stable. Nothing's really changing much. The JOLTS looks stable today. Is actually better than I thought it would be. How do I see where VIX is? VX futures is below a certain level. It's a level that we publish in our Discord once a month and publish to our community. And you just got to be part of the community and we'll hook you up with it. It's a very key level to understand. It's like I said, it alone is worth so much. We teach a whole class on why it's useful. But yeah, Law, you have to go to the Discord and get it. Tomorrow will be the 100K celebration unless I get another trade in today. But I also wanted to be long my call position into earnings to bet that earnings would come out better than normal. Because remember, you're comparing last quarter's earnings to this quarter's earnings. And this quarter's earnings, the stocks have all taken like a 20% haircut because of the supposed tariffs. So my belief and part of my strategy is that the stocks are highly undervalued on the anticipation that the trade war may rectify itself. So imagine last quarter earnings, stocks were here. This quarter earnings, stocks are already here. Companies haven't taken a hit in the last quarter. Very, very little hit, if anything. So the stocks are horribly undervalued. Even with bad earnings news, it still might rally because they're horribly undervalued relative to the performance because they're anticipating the effect of the tariffs. But earnings won't show the effect of the tariffs, not yet. So I'm anticipating the market to respond very good to this strange depression we have in the stock market against the earnings that are going to be expectedly better compared to what the price is. That's part of my kind of genius strategy there. Does that make sense to everyone? I hope that makes sense. Right? If the company is lateral, hasn't made any changes, its value is 20% less today than it was last quarter. It's not pricing in the same performance, it's pricing in less performance. So if the tariffs aren't going to stick around, earnings would have to be completely devastating for the stocks to justify their current values. So the earnings just come out even mildly bad, the market's still going to rally. Because stocks are going to value themselves according to what their earnings and growth potential is. And just imagine if Google and Tesla and all these companies have taken a huge haircut and they come out with positive earnings. Imagine 20 to 30, 40% updates in those stocks on single earnings report. So it's kind of like tomorrow is not going to be a mild event, I don't think. Apple and Google, these are going to be severe events. And my gamble is to the upside. Am I making sense to anyone out there? The reason Apple goes from here to here is tariffs. And the tariffs are starting to work themselves out. So if Apple even has better performance than last quarter, and it's way down here, the opportunity is up. If Apple had a horrible performance, well, it's already priced in like it's going to have a horrible performance. If the tariffs go away, then Apple should go up and the horrible performance should bring it down. So it's a wash. So bad earnings will be a wash. That's what I feel like. Bad earnings won't even sell off the stock because it's already kind of pricing in the badness. That's kind of where I'm thinking. So the opportunity is to the upside. And as long as the earnings come out just even mildly bad or better, that the opportunity is to the upside. Earnings would have to be a complete shit show off of the last quarter for the market to tank after this because it's already pricing in badness. And the tariffs slightly going away and delaying and working out trade deals means the effect of tariffs is still kind of baked in and it might go away completely. So that's upside potential. So with that being said, I think being, the timing of, are we hitting circuit breakers to crash a market into, tariffs on companies? I told you guys that was such a ridiculous thing. I gave speeches on it every day. I was like, don't believe the bears and the naysayers out of the room. The tariffs will crash stock market. They won't. And as we got more ridiculous every day and we got close to circuit breakers, I'm like, this is the end of this. This is not something that's going to happen. You crashed stock market and circuit breakers during COVID when you shut all the businesses down to zero, not when you charge them all 15% more for their products that they have to buy. And that's not enough to destabilize and collapse the marketplace like that. And so humans overreact and they go, oh, that's good timing. And after we hit all the circuit breakers and we had this couple of updates, I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to get in probably the end of the day today. That's the day I went and got a haircut. And Trump did his little, announcement 3 hours too early. Man, I would have made so much money had I gotten in at the end of the day like I planned. I'd be up hundreds of thousands of dollars already on this trade. So, missed out by an unlucky haircut. But I always wait till the end of the day to buy my options anyways. So I get the best deal, like get that theta bacon in. It's kind of like when you buy a car, you want to hit that depreciation to hit the car already before you buy it. I'm gonna let the depreciation hit the option in a sell-off day and grab it right at the end of the day. Because I buy out of the money options. Best time to get those is right at the end of the day for a swing trade. So the theta bacon, yep. So anyways, that was that. And then, I got in, but my belief was the moment they start even hinting that they're going to work out a deal is good. It's good for what you want to hear. And then the market's going to stop being crazy until the news gets worse again. And knowing Trump, the news can get worse again tomorrow. He's having fun driving the stock market to low so him and his son and his friends can buy the dip. We know their game. New to the community, Lowell? Oh yeah, there's a channel called Triple B VIX that we always update, or we should update. Today is it's 28.05. I guess I should have told you the number. 28.05 is the VX Triple B number. But yeah, stocks like Apple are just highly positioned to be like, great opportunity. And the fact that we are opening and breaking through MHP leading into bigger earnings, that's even better sign. People don't normally shift the dynamic of a stock 2 days before it's, I was in 2 days, I think, right? You don't normally see enough people cover to get out of the way to break MHP, the rare event, 2 days before earnings. Usually you hold the fort. So there is a big fear happening right now of being short the stocks that have earnings this week. Apple, MHP break. That's suspicious. Like, people do not Google multiple attempts, actually Google open above, but I expect people getting out of the way of the trade, but not rushing to get out of the way of a short. So I guess people are understanding that they're not expecting the earnings to be bad. Maybe they're thinking the same thing I'm doing. Is the earnings not bad enough to justify the current price? Amazon, MHP break. You know what I'm saying? What's Granddaddy Nvid doing? Nvid bull long up, just looking so solid today, man. I'm very excited. 100K special giveaway. What do y'all want me to give away when I have 100K? My real goal with Tradeify is 150K. You know that right away. But 100K is just the first marketing milestone. 100K is a good solid number. So when you add up the current balance to the payouts I've taken, I'm at 98K. Give out 5K. I could do that. 100K, 100 funded's obviously for 100K. Computer parts. I do need to give away my computer parts. iDoc looked at me funny. She's like, this is that's like $10,000 worth of stuff. We should probably sell it. Yeah, but I think my traders would get more use out of it than us having to effort, consider it opportunity or advertising costs. I could sell it and make the money, but then what use is it? But then I can do an awesome giveaway where I give away, 3080 Ti on stream, and how cool that would be. Bring in a huge crowd. I just started doing prop accounts. I've taken close to 40K total since I started doing props. I'm not doing 40 or 50 different prop accounts, like a lot of people are doing. you know, trading like 15 different companies at once. I'm only doing Tradeify. An ETF. An ETF live account and then Tradeify fund. But prop account, just Tradeify. Trying to stick to this one challenge I'm doing. My goal is to get to live funded with these companies one at a time. Just to try that. Taking as little risk as possible, like not copy trading and not, but actually like doing it the way you guys would be doing it. A bid for charity, that'd be kind of cool. Free TPT trading laptop. All right, you guys want me to, y'all are like wanting me to buy y'all fancy laptops now. Dang. I just hope that we get a kickoff blast for earnings, man. That'd be awesome. And earnings can completely go the other way too. But yeah, major tech earnings this week, and then we have major energy earnings on Friday. So this is a big deal. You know, this is a huge trading week. People aren't realizing this. The market is slowly squeezing higher, with the VIX somewhat in decay, looking pretty solid going into what is to be a pretty big news and earnings week, because we have Wednesday, especially going to have the core PC in the morning. The prices data comes out, and the ADP non-farms. So ADP always comes out first on the Wednesday, and then the government numbers for non-farms come out Friday. That's always big. Our GDP numbers come out, which should be fine. You know, a recession is indicated by 2 quarter-over-quarter growth numbers on their monthly report being negative. You have 2 in a row of negative growth. We call that a recession. So GDP probably expected to be okay, which is, again, like the economy's still pretty good right now. Chicago PMI, which again, I don't believe should be a 3-star event, but they give it 3 stars here. Then you get your standard jobless claims on every Thursday. We have that, but the ISM PMI numbers come out. This is kind of the manufacturing numbers, and then non-farms on Friday. Okay, that's huge week. We get huge week across the board, and then of course, earnings. Today we don't have much today. I think everything for today was pretty much pre-market. Visa is the only one after market. Visa is obviously one of the biggest companies in the S&P, so that's going to be a huge, another big, like, again, these are all big company earnings. It's not like dismiss a lot, but most of them are before market. Starbucks, Bank of China, Mondelez, and Visa today after market, like big, right? These are, I mean, I'm scrolling down the market cap list. You still have almost $100 billion companies one page down. So, you know, these are big days today. One Oak. Well, I didn't know they were a 50 billion company. I remember those guys when I was in school. It's like an energy midstream company, I think. I didn't know they were that $50 billion. Geez. Okay. Who else today? Fair Isaac. Okay, yeah. Like, it's a pretty big day for earnings today. Most of it's pre-market, but tomorrow is going to be obviously what people care about the most. As we kick off major tech, Microsoft and Meta is tomorrow. Qualcomm is tomorrow. Huge diversified day as well, because you have, you know, CAT, Total Energies, ADP is also tomorrow. UBS. So you got banking, you've got data processing, you've got, you know, Caterpillar, which is a manufacturer and supplier, Train, manufacturer, supplier. You got all kind of stuff tomorrow, man. This is a big day for the SP. Walmart in Mexico. I know that was its own company, but hey. MetLife, Allstate, Robinhood tomorrow. Tomorrow's a huge day already. Tomorrow officially kicks off, you know, big earnings. So Apple, Amazon. So we always have your Meta, Microsoft is your first day, and Apple, Amazon's all your second day. And of course, look at this big McDonald's, Eli Lilly, Lenny, Swisscom, Amgen, Stryker. It's a huge list of companies. Friday usually takes a little bit of a breather. Then we pick back up on next week. And then of course, usually the trend is you'll have Nvidia, I think, is like the week after, I think. Usually like a week or two after, if I can remember correctly. I think it's AMD is on the 6th. We're talking about chip makers. Is it the Thursday the 8th? When is NVIDIA? You need to search for it. Is it like 4 weeks away? It's, oh, that's right. It is like at the end, isn't it? Like the 20 something. I do remember y'all saying that. Does it say on here when the earnings call is? I think someone will tell me. They print that at the bottom. Let's be lazy. Put the little phone symbol at the bottom. Oh, I removed all. Oh, here it is. So NVIDIA is going to be on the 28th. Yep, that is right, the 28th. What a great day today. It's so interesting at the start of the day. We always hear a lot of people come on stream and like, you know, shout their plays and stuff. And lately there's been a lot of bearish sentiment in the chat I've been noticing, but like people that just like, and our teachings are very strong on supporting the greater market for trade plans. And today's setup was bullish out the get-go. And shorting at the low, longing at the high, a lot of that chasing mentality is usually evidence of a brand new trader chasing a trend, longing at the top, shorting at the bottom. We long at the bottom, sell at the top. You know, greater market was so easy to see this morning. The trade was basically handed to us. This was a no-brainer day today. And it was a clean day too. We hit MHP. That's a long every single time. Resilience was positive. We go all the way up to fill the gap with no interrupt in the way. That was a gimme trade. And then resilience is positive all day long. We hit half gap. We hit the box. I mean, the market is just... When I told you the bull markets were going to be much more fun and much easier, like, don't let your fear of the stock market interfere with what's in front of your face. Hedge pressure to gap fill, hedge pressure to gap fill, hedge pressure to gap fill. Box bounce, box bounce. I mean, everything in the S&P is even more solid. Liquidity pocket underneath that. When you saw me like the first minute of the trading day, it was like, woo, woo. I was all excited about it. I'm like, I love waking up to bull day. So Amazon and Apple both report on Thursday. It's going to be fun. That's always one of the more fun days. Amazon and Apple. You got your 2 M's on Wednesday and your 2 A's on Thursday, if you can remember that. Ooh, iDoc said, let's go to the pool today. Let's go to a pool today. All right. Anyone here from UK and used driving G license to KYC with Rise? I think, I'm not from the UK, but I think I did my driver's license for my KYC with Rise. Naked pool day. That's the better kind of day. US economy is stepping up. Hopefully we are. I mean, we'll see if the, you know, earnings turn out to be stellar, spectacular this go around, I hope. But we'll see, you know? I think the economy in general is not suffering like it has been before. I can tell you with my ear to the ground living in the US, it feels like prosperity. I don't hear my friends aren't in a rush to get out of their house because they're getting laid off. Pretty much is a well-rounded thing. I don't think it's getting worse. It feels like it's getting better. People are getting new cars. People are going out to eat. It feels prosperous. So it doesn't feel like there's a recession looming or things are getting bad or that inflation's hurting people that much. It's a problem, but it certainly feels manageable from like my perspective. Am I still doing yoga? Yeah, bro, like every single week I go like 2 or 3 times. One of my best buddies just opened a yoga studio with him and some of his friends. They made a collective. After like the main yoga studio we all went to closed down, so my buddy opened his own place and it's really cool. So we've been going there a couple times a week, but I'm down to like 169. I weighed 185 a month and a half ago. So I'm down to 169 now. I need to start bulking. I've cut 16 pounds in like 2 months. You guys can tell the difference. I'm 5'11". So I mean, look, I'm like, look. I mean, I'm getting skinny and shredded at the same time. Like, I'm like, oh, I have biceps, baby. My chin, like my chin jaw is going. My old man. Adak's like, man, I can see your chin again. It looks good. So yoga definitely helps because it's a counter workout to the other workouts I do. So I do like cross training. We go to like Barry's boot camp and other boot camp style things a couple times a week. Then yoga in the middle. So you do Baptiste yoga, which is workout style yoga. It's not like stretching and posing yoga. It's like fast paced body weight, you know. It's very much a workout. It's like a very hard workout as of that. And it's called Baptiste yoga. So you guys ever go to a yoga studio and you want a different kind of workout that's going to work out things that you don't normally work out, like your back, your triceps, your core, and your leg strength. Like if you do yoga a lot, you're going to have use yoga for your leg day. I promise. That's like quads get really good. All the squatting and all the warrior twos and stuff they make you do. It's all leg workout. You're 5'11", 178, Benita 165. All I did, man, was I cut out pretty much everything that was sugar. Like I don't drink sodas anymore. I mean, I still eat chips and hamburgers and shit and like high calorie food. But I don't like directly slam sugar anymore. No sodas, no candy. I had a chocolate fixation, man. I'm always eating like candy and stuff. Doc is always like hiding it. It's like, where's my chocolate? She's like, I hid it so you can't have any. So now I stopped like eating candy and stuff and drinking sodas. Essentially, that's it. I'm working out every day. Drinking a lot of water. Not drinking coffee anymore. That's for my blood pressure, but also not drinking coffee so I actually do have an appetite so I can eat a lot so I can work out a lot. Coffee kept me from eating a lot, and then I wasn't energized so I can't work out as hard. So getting rid of coffee, I believe, is helping me have a better metabolism. And I'm only eating when I'm hungry and only eating until I'm not hungry anymore. Never eating until I'm full. So that's the rule. So you're like, man, I'm starving. Your stomach's growling. You eat until you stop growling. You don't eat until you're stuffed. And that kind of helps. I'm trying to lean up, trying to cut up. So Hazel, that helped me out, dude. The processed sugar and then getting rid of that and working out every day and drinking water instead of coffee and cutting back on the stimulants so I can actually eat and have a good appetite. Helping me up. 80% full. Yeah, like where you feel like, okay, I'm no longer hungry. And you're like, I could eat a whole lot more. But then you're like, you cut yourself off like that. I think that's the perfect way to be. Keep your gas tank half full at all times, basically. Yeah, protein shake are good. My breakfast, iDoc makes me eggs, but my breakfast is pretty good. Like I do think thin bars. So this is like no sugar. It's about 200 calories per bar, and it's great for a breakfast if I don't eat anything. So think thins are good. It's sugar alcohols, so it's not like fake sugar like sucralose. It's a what's it called? I think it's maltose. Let me double check which sugar alcohol it is. Maltitol syrup. Okay, that's it. The sugar alcohols are what they sweeten gum with, chewing gum. Use monk fruit. What the heck is monk fruit? I don't know a lot about fruits, so you guys gotta clue me in. Monk fruit. I'm serious. I don't know a lot about fruits. It's a sweetener. Coffee changes life. Coffee is really good for you. Don't let me say that coffee's bad for you at all. I cut it out for my blood pressure. I had to get rid of stimulants, but it also helps me eat better. Because when I would drink coffee, dude, I would be like, okay. Back in the day when I almost killed myself with my blood pressure, I was drinking an energy drink every day. My business partner got me addicted to Celsius. I was drinking a Celsius every day, and taking Adderall every morning and then drinking coffee sometimes too. Imagine that's what, like 500 milligrams of coffee and then, 15 milligrams of Adderall. I should have died. Let's be real. My diet was methamphetamine and caffeine and not eating well. So I kind of just cold turkeyed everything, but drinking coffee is actually pretty good for you in moderation. Like a cup or two a day is actually pretty good for you. It motivates you, keeps your brain healthy because you keep your brain stimulated and healthy. You're going to live longer if you have a reason to live, and caffeine inspires you to work hard and stuff. But the reason that it's part of my workout plan is that coffee keeps you from eating. And if you don't fuel correctly, then you're a wimp when you work out. You do like a couple reps and you're tired. But you have to have, enough muscle glycogen. It means you have to eat enough to be able to complete your workout. So stimulants keep me from eating. I'm very sensitive to them. So when I would load up on Adderall, trust me, in the early 2000s, I was kind of a dick on my stream more than I am now. I was angry. I was agitated. I'd argue with people sometimes. And I'd get heated about it. And people always were like, bro, calm down. Because I was just fueled by all the drugs, So it helps me be calmer, and I'm more focused, like calmer this way. You watch a documentary about people in blue zones, high life expectancy. One place that expression that probably translates to 2/3, maybe it's 1/3, but it means eat until that full. It's really healthy because the reason why eating until you're not hungry anymore is helpful. It's an engineering thing. Any machine breaks down over time. The more it cycles. The more you use a machine, the more it breaks down. So people overeat, and therefore your filters in your body, your reactors in your body, you're just overusing them. Use them enough to survive, but don't overuse them. Like your engine just breaks down faster. And that's why people that don't stuff themselves full on average would live longer, because their organs would fail less often. Just in general, because, you change out your air filter in your car every once in a while. And so your, kidneys are a filter, and, so trying to limit how often your body uses something prolongs its lifespan. And I love coffee, dude. I drink coffee all the time. Like before, it was like my favorite. I love a cup of coffee in the morning. You have a yoga course in 50 minutes. You ask the trainer if she is not single. It's a great place to pick up girls. No pain, no gain. Yep, that's it. Caffeine and tea actually increases appetite. I should probably drink more tea though. That would be kind of nice. Did the Adderall ever help? It kind of did. I mean, when I was in school, I kind of needed Adderall in college to focus once they figured out I was ADHD. But I realize now I don't need it to be focused in trading. I've gotten so rehearsed. I think early on when I wasn't as good at trading, it was easier to keep up with all the million things. But once you get rehearsed at it, you don't really need, it's like second nature. So its example is like the first time you pick up something, you got 10 different things to memorize. You're not familiar with it, so it's hard to balance it all. But once it becomes routine, I'm focused enough. I can keep track of everything without the need of it. I get some practice. Adderall made you a super aggressive driver. Bro, like Adderall, I don't know why I didn't punch holes in my wall. Adderall made me an aggressive monster of a person sometimes. Mixing with caffeine on top of that, dude, you were like hyper irritable. But you were also, a genius deluxe with this, the steroid, like I call it steroids for your brain. You will produce at maximum output at anything you do on Adderall. It's a miracle drug for sure. To have a pull at your place, so we do. So we have where we moved is a so you guys remember I used to tell you the story of where I used to live. I lived on this street, and the street is a mix of really tall skyscraper kind of apartments, like high rises, and then tiny little Section 8 housing, big restaurants, and then townhomes. So there was project housing down the street where I lived, next to $1 million condos, next to fancy sushi restaurants. And so Houston has no zoning. It's crazy and weird. And I lived in kind of like the artsy district of town, which was like kind of a cool area to be. And where I lived, I had this like straight up tall 4-story box that had a staircase that went like this. And so it was like a couple of rooms per floor. And I had no yard. The only yard I had was like big enough to hold the AC unit, and that was it on the side of the house. And so tall townhomes in the city. And we wanted a yard, and we wanted more space, and we wanted some security and stuff. So now we kind of live in this bougie gated community and Memorial area in Houston, which is kind of like, it's all rich. It's all rich old Karens that live here. We're like the youngest people here. It's like a retirement community. I love it. And there's like a gate out front. There's like security guards out front. There's a camera system on the street approaching that films the cars, so they know everybody that's coming in. And you know, nobody gets through the gate, and they have security guards that patrol a gated community. And so it's a bunch of really nice townhomes with yards. And there's a humongous pool and a really big lake that it overlooks with like, you know, like water jets and ducks, and it's beautiful. And so like with the residents of just the gated community, we have like a community pool, which is really, really nice. I love having a pool I don't have to do any work on. My HOA pays for it, and I'm fine with that. Yeah. How's my favorite neighbor woman? Oh yeah, we haven't heard about her. The lady that hates the monkey, we haven't heard about her yet. It's still all news, you know, all quiet around here as people are still debating on. Hey, go. Are you guys outside? It's okay. What are you doing?
Stop barking.
I hear Pickle. What? Come here.
You won't leave me alone. I need to work.
Oh. Oh, buddy. Hey. What's up, man?
He actually wants to come in here with you now, which is a change.
Probably because I let him come in here the other day when you were gone. Hey, calm down, bro. And he sat behind me while I worked for a little bit. And then all he did was like sit here and go. This talking thing that he does.
Yeah, he keeps talking and I can't focus, and I have to leave tomorrow for a big thing.
Is he doing that to you too?
Yeah. I am.
Yeah. You know, I almost hit my 100K with Tradeify. I'm like maybe like 2K off.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They want me to give away 100 accounts and $5,000 as a special giveaway prize for me hitting 100K.
Chat wants you. Give them.
Can you believe it? Can you believe?
100
Can
giveaway accounts.
you believe that?
Working hard to get 100. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
They want me to give them more stuff when I work harder.
Sound
Can
like
you-
a woman.
can you
Sound like me.
You can believe these guys? You sound like my girlfriend. Yeah. Oh, you made all this extra money. Cool. What do I get out?
Exactly.
Oh my God.
I feel like we had less women in there.
That's hilarious. Oh, sweet. Now I get a Birkin bag. What? What the heck?
I get mad at you for buying stuff for yourself. What are you doing? Save money.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter when it comes to me.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, say your prayers for the stock market, gods, because we have big earnings like Meta and Microsoft and Apple today and tomorrow. We want
What kind of determine the next couple of weeks of the market will look like?
feel like it should, yeah. I'm gonna say our prayers that we get a New Life says he loves the pool. You get to pee in someone else's pool. Exactly right. It's only about our pool. How we don't have to. We have the best part. We have the pool. We have the view, and we don't have the responsibility.
It's the best part.
Yeah.
When we were looking at homes, we wanted to find a house with a pool, backyard, and I was worried about it and didn't take care of it.
Yeah.
We kind of just found.
Which is great because we're gonna throw like this massive like pool party for Memorial Day. It's gonna be cool. It's the only way to live. How was your steak last night? Speaking of dinner.
It was better than any steak I've had. Pretty good. You know why?
You know, when I made that steak,
Uh-huh.
not even lie, no practice. First time.
Get out of here.
First time.
So annoying.
I'm so good at everything I do. Look, no practice. This is the first try. I'm just kidding. Glad you liked it. That was good, man. I was excited. I wanted to make steak. I haven't cooked steak in a while, so.
Better, like, obviously steak is gonna be better than your partner is always going to be consideration your favorite life.
Yeah.
You gotta steak has
Yeah.
salt, butter, pepper.
The trick I do whenever you do a steak, right? So with some people, it depends. Now with steaks, there's two schools of thought. But if you really want to get some good flavor in your steak, I tell people this at all. You know, you want a steak to be bone dry before you sear it, right? And you sear it on a cast iron with oil is the best way to get a crust on a steak. And if you're okay with the flavor of burnt pepper, like pepper burns because pepper is a flour, right? So you salt and pepper a steak before you cook it. The pepper will slightly burn, but I like that flavor. Some people don't. But a lot of times people will put salt. You put salt on the edge of your steak before you cook it. If you really want something magical to happen, while it's sitting there, salt your steak and then let it sit for like 30 minutes. What happens is the salt will draw the moisture out of the steak, which will then melt the salt, which will then soak back into the steak. So you get salt kind of infusing into it real quick, and then pat it dry before you cook it. And then that crust I get on it is like spectacular.
Feels great.
Yeah. Avocado oil is good. Any kind of oil that doesn't smoke up your house is good, like a high smoke point.
Yeah.
Avocado oil is good. Grapeseed oil is good. Yes, we do. No. I didn't see it. No. But yeah. Coming to room temperature is good practice. Yeah, I let my steaks sit out for like an hour or so at room temperature, 100%. And then what I do is I just use salt and pepper, and I literally put the steak on all sides, coat it up, and then I put it on high until you see the the waves above the oil, and then you're ready to go. And then grab your tongs and cook it around the edge, and that's good. And throw it in the oven until it gets the temp, and you're good. And then I buy butter based it though, which everyone should do. You know, it's the rosemary, garlic, but I use thyme and rosemary for my gardening because I like a little sweeter flavor. That's where it gets that good flavor, the thyme. But a lot of people, like I see chefs do this even on TV. They'll cook the butter, and the butter's like bubbling when they're basting it on top of the steak. You should never be boiling your butter. It just needs to be slightly melted, because when you cook butter, any Cajun, we have some Cajuns in here. I'm Cajun, right? What happens when you cook butter, especially in flour, you're frying your flour, it starts to turn brown, right? You don't want your steak to taste like browning. Brown butter is a burnt flavor. You want your butter to just be melted and just slightly warm. So I baste over it. It needs to be hot enough to infuse the flavors, but not hot enough that the butter's brown. So when you're bubbling your butter and basting it on there, your steak's gonna not taste as good as that. Just melt the butter just a little bit. I don't like the brown butter flavor. So you should only just cook your butter just a little bit. If it's starting to boil and bubble, it's too hot. So if you like the flavor, you do. I don't like that flavor at all. I like the steak to taste very much like the herbs. So you do the garlic, rosemary, and thyme, and you just warm that butter just a little bit. Like bring it up to where it's melted, and then you kick it down all the way to like medium low, because you also don't want to be cooking your steak further. And just wash that warm butter over it for like 3 or 4 minutes. Boom. I did. I gave away 2 take profit accounts and 1 long-haired English cream dachshund. Yeah. We gave Victor one that, so we need to figure out how to get a dog to Germany at some point. Girlfriend is Vietnamese. So we just asked. Andrew sent me some food porn on Discord since I mentioned the charred pepper. Okay, I like it. Wait, what is the roll? Wait, what roll? What roll? You like the taste of meat? Oh, he said, what happens if you do, let me read you said again. Unsalted oil, butter, and oil doesn't burn as easily when mixed, right? I'm not really sure about mixing them. No. You mind shutting it? You can't see the rocket scooter logo.
I know, but then he'll keep barking at me and I can't say anything.
But you know what's crazy? If he's barking at you, then he's not barking at me. No. Well, then lock him in here. Come on, boy. Come. Who do you like more? Who do you like more? You don't believe this? Look at this dog. Come here. Come here. Can you see this? Can you see this? You do salt, pepper, garlic, and reverse sear. Hey, come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. All right. You can stay up here and hang out with me for a little bit. Dude, this dog is like completely hooked on her, dude. A little MSG on your steak. Interesting. So you do reverse sear. So do you cook it in the oven first and you sear it at the end? Look at this, man. Look at this guy. Hey, calm down, buddy. A doggy door is in order. I don't want him coming in here. He could chew up all my cables and stuff. This dog is violent when it comes to cables and toys and stuff on the floor. He's who the boss of the house is. I know. He like completely is obsessed with her. I just spent all her time with it. Where are you going? He's like, where's mom? Where's mom? Where's mom? Bro. Bro. What are you trying to get down? He hates being up here. All right, go. Hey. Look at my stream real quick. Just watch it from your phone. I want you to see something. Look at him. Hey, Pickle, come here. Come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here, buddy. You see what I have to deal with? This is what he does when you leave the house, too. He sits there by the door, and he'll sit by the garage door and stare at it for like 2 days straight when you're on a vacation.
My mom told me not to raise him the way that I was because like
No.
he's codependent now.
Pickle, come here. You could be like yelling and screaming at him and throwing things at him and he still would follow you over my sweet voice of telling him to come here. Look, he's done.
Now he doesn't want any of us.
He's done, yeah.
Which is what I want.
He's done with it. All right. I'll see you later. You see this dog? You see this dog? Kim's Son Buffet has good food, dude. I love Kim's Son. That's like such a good place. It's a huge like historic restaurant in Houston if you guys ever been there. Somebody said the European clothes is a scam. Oh, why is that? The way that the market pretends to do something, does something else. So reverse sear, salt, pepper, garlic powder, and MSG. That's pretty good. That's kind of a good flavor for my cooking burgers. Those are the 4. I used to use those when I would make burgers sometimes. My dad did. Just a little bit of MSG was all right. Perfect every time. Got that oven temp to 115 to 120. Oh, that's good. Oven first and sear for 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah. You have to undercook your steak a little bit. That way when you sear it, it cooks. It doesn't cook all the way through. So take it you do about 115 to get it to medium rare. So so I would do 115 and then sear it, then get to 120. That's perfect. Prime ribeye. Let's get close to room temperature. Season it. Get a cast iron, a hot skillet, motherfucker, with either high smoke point, olive oil, beef tallow. Ooh, that beef tallow would be good. Give it a few minutes. Don't touch it. Flip it a different part of the pan. Give it a few minutes. Lower to medium heat. Throw in the butter, thyme, rosemary, garlic. That's the way to do it. Thyme is what I like. See, and traditionally they teach you to do the butter, the garlic, and the rosemary, which is always a good flavor. But I grow like German and English thyme. Like I actually have a garden of herbs, and those I love. I love that German thyme is such a great flavor for a steak. I always put in more thyme than rosemary in that butter. It's such a great flavor for a steak. Rosemary's perfect. I mean, that's the classic, but we've never been to Kim's Son together. No, we haven't. Kim's Son's good though, man. I love the buffet. Sam started carrying Wagyu hamburger meat. Awesome smash burgers on the Blackstone. Ooh. I do like a good smash burger with like really fatty hamburger meat, because then you just really just fry that meat to a char when that fat melts. That'd be good. That'd be pretty good. Once you got your first payout, you're putting some in your own trading account and buying a trigger. Dude, I got my dad a trigger for Father's Day a couple years ago, man. He cooks the shit out of that thing. They're nice. They're really nice. I think I paid like less than $1,000 for maybe like $500 or $600. It wasn't really that much either. When I got my dad was probably like $600 or $700. Actually, I think this is the one. Yeah. I remember. I got my dad this one, and that's perfect for, you know, him. And yeah, $700, Academy pellet grill. It's good stuff. Works really well. Make ghee from unsalted butter. I watched a video on how to make ghee. That would be a pretty cool, you should. Maybe a pretty cool thing to get into. It's not hard to do. Ceviche, a steak for 24 hours, your desired steak temperature in the sea. It's perfect every time. Ceviche, what do you mean? Like, you're cooking your steak ceviche like in an acid? Explain, J Hicks. When you do ceviche, you're cooking your food in an acid like lime juice or something. Oh, he means sous vide, sous vide. Oh, maybe he's voiced the chat and said ceviche. Yeah, sous vide. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, that's kind of a whole different style. Well, I mean, I guess when you quote unquote ceviche a meat, whatever ceviche is, I mean, that's how you make fajita meat, is you soak your beef in like lemon juice and some other things, or lime juice. That's how you make fajita meat. So yeah. Sous vide is the way restaurants do it nowadays. They just pre-cook all their steaks, and then when you order it, they just sear it. Sous vide's like the easiest way to have good quality in a restaurant. That's why steaks are like very rarely ever wrong. You never get a steak cooked to the wrong temperature anymore in good restaurants, because they're like, here's the mediums, here's the medium rares, you know. And then nobody orders medium well or well done usually, so they'll take a medium steak and then they'll cook it to well done if you want it like that. So you always see the good sous vide restaurants. Thoughts on Ampy? What is Ampy, Jacob? I don't know what that is. You're out of here, Wes. Later, dude. Yeah, kind of just a kind of bum day with no real movement. I got my profit. I'm kind of chilling now, so I'm happy. I'm like 2K away from my 100K, which is good. My favorite restaurant in Houston, probably, I would say I really like Blue Dorn. That's one of my favorites, food-wise. I like Eunice, which is a Cajun-inspired restaurant as well. I have also a list of my favorite restaurants I'll give you guys. Kata Robata is like one of my favorites as well. That's probably the best sushi probably in the country that I've had. I've had sushi everywhere. Kata Robata is just a whole next level good food. My favorite steakhouse is probably Prime 131. It's Benjamin Berg. So Ben Berg is like the BB Lemon, BB Butcher's guy. Prime 131 is his new smokehouse idea. They do like a live oak grill in the middle of the restaurant, and then they're cooking the steaks in the middle of a giant fume hood that's in the center of the restaurant, and you could see the flames while you're eating. And they're just, that smell, that oaky smell is such a good, I love it. What else do I like? Sushi by Hidden's really good. Himalaya, my favorite Indian food. Agas, if you like Indo-Pak food, that's really good. Sushi by Hidden, very good, which is Hidden Omakase's sister restaurant over in Rice Village. That's really good. What else do we got? Turner's Cut is really awesome. That's also a Benjamin Berg place. These are on my list of 5 out of 5s. Ton of stuff. Lucifer is good. I got a lot of places on here. Masters is really good. That's a fan favorite around here. Brenner's in the Bayou. I haven't been there in a long time, but Brenner's is good. Good mainstay. It's cool. Like the blue bar is really neat. You can sit out on the Bayou and eat. Brenner's not bad. He's using text to speak, so it's not cooperating. Yeah, it keeps calling you. It keeps calling your sous vide ceviche, but we get you, J Hicks. You're grinding to 6K with only $500 away. B-Mar, no way, dude. Congrats. How are you guys doing on y'all's payouts or y'all's profit targets? How are you guys doing with where you are in your own trading journeys? Are y'all all right? Are you getting close to targets? That's incredible to hear, man. You're 6K. Texas Day, Brazil, and Tampa. That's a good place. You're 80K. You're $80 from hitting $4,500 buffer on one of your 150K TBT accounts. Very nice. Very nice. Any advice, someone brand new? Where do I start? How much should I put in? If you're trading, start with trader funding programs. I mean, it's the cheapest way to get your feet wet and learn the business more than risking your own money. We work with a whole bunch of them. You see the ads pop on the screen. Code Rocket Scooter gets you discounts everywhere you go. We use Take Profit a lot, Tradeify a lot. Apex. Very inexpensive to get started trading futures. So start with a prop firm. Tradeify is tough. Took a long time to hit the 150K targets. Yeah, it is taking a little bit longer with Tradeify, but I'm also pacing myself because I'm trying to I'm not caring about the payouts. I'm caring about the legendary status. I want to get their live account. I want to get live funded, and I want to be their #1 funded trader. That's my goal. So as soon as Brett kicks me to live, I'm going to take that live money and just smoke everyone out of the water. There's a lot of big name traders that are already live with Tradeify. Like, Brian's live, Pat's live. Who else is live with Tradeify? The leaderboard's already stocked full of some of our more famous friends and people winning. But I want to go on there and see if I can't clean house. See if I can't get up there next to the big names. That'll be fun. Trying to pass your first fund in one more day, hopefully. Very nice, very nice. Take your time. Any ETA for funded next referral code? Hopefully tomorrow. I'll get more details tomorrow. I'm gonna chat with them tonight and get all the details. Are they moving the trading window for payouts? Tradeify is moving the trading window as of May 1st. So you still have to trade 10 days, but you don't have to wait for a payout window to get your payout, which is good. Aaron has your Tradeify, your 5 straight to funded, up 5,700 profit on your biggest, 1,000 your lowest, over 12K profit, but no payouts yet. That's awesome, dude. Now you have a buffer in the account, Aaron. All you do is just take your time. Now that you're not with some of the bigger ones, well, actually, you're 5,700 profit on your biggest. So as soon as you pass, I think it's 9,000, then the drawdown goes away, and then you just, when you fall to flat, then you're out. So when your accounts all get above 9,000, all of mine are but one, you no longer have drawdown. So you just basically blow up the account by falling to the starting balance. That's a great place to be. It means you can just take your time, Tradeify, and just make sure you get that buffer and you're good. You haven't blown out any accounts this month. That's good new life, dude. This was a crappy trading month for a lot of people, especially that big reversal. Why don't I do TPT? No, I just haven't started yet. So Chris, I'm doing Tradeify to get to my challenge goal, and then next I'm going to do something else. I'm going to trade. I just don't want to be trading like 50 different prop firms at once, you know? I could be trading all of them. I do have a separate station over here to trade more accounts, but oh, Jay Hicks, you're driving from Nashville to St. Louis. You're using your headset to talk to us. That's pretty dope that the text-to-speech pretty much gets everything right except for the word sous vide. That's pretty accurate because it never seems like that actually seems like they get the most of the words right. That's kind of cool. That's awesome, man. Chad from the road. You blew 20 last month going to the bathroom. That sucks. Well, I mean, and you know, in your defense, Trump tweets kind of came out of nowhere all last month, so people got zapped doing the weirdest thing. Like I was getting a haircut and the market went up 10% on the drive to the barber shop. And at the end of the day, I was already planning on buying calls anyways, man. I completely missed out on like what could have been hundreds of grand already. Imagine I bought those calls. They would have been up 1,000% just that morning, man. When you blow up a Tradeify account, you have to buy a new one, no resets. That's what I do. I don't think they have resets, do they? You just buy a new one. I've never tried to reset the account, so I wouldn't know. So when I bust one of the accounts, I just delete it and buy a new one. I don't know if there's a reset. Let me double check. Somebody here might know. Let's look it up. Ooh. I don't think there is on the funded. Are there resets on the growth and the advanced accounts though? Any promo code for the Pro Plus? It's baked in. So you go to the website. The promo code is already there. It's half off for the first month. So they do have resets on the regular ones. Okay, that's what I figured. Wait, Trader J. Nice to just focus on one prop firm and maybe a few accounts at a time at first. Made the mistake of trying to go all out. Ended up losing quite a few funded accounts before. Now you're doing what I'm doing. Is you use your accounts to spread your risk out. Absolutely. 100%. This is how you grow all of your accounts. If one of them blows up, like at most per day, I think one day in this journey, I might have busted 2 accounts at most in one day. But as all of them have been progressing, every once in a while, I'll lose just one account if I'm wrong by spreading my risk out. So while 4 accounts may survive, 1 account might not, and then I keep going, and I buy the new account, and then that account keeps going. And then slowly but surely, I built out of the buffer on pretty much all the accounts. So that's the best way to do it. I mean, it takes longer to get to your profit target because you're not getting the luck of all your accounts hitting it very quickly. But it also is the cheaper way to go because you don't blow up as much. Just keep building it slowly but surely. Each one of these accounts is sitting here with 20 to 30K of profit in all of them. One of them is like 9K. All the other ones are above 20K each. So I'm just sitting on a buffer. All I got to do is hit the payout target and keep building and slowly build. And it's just a buffer that's sitting there. It's always going to be there. And just inching along, you know. The ones with the highest buffer, I'll take the most risk in. The ones with the least buffer, I'll take the least risk in. So that's why I'm always arranging my accounts on the stream. Like if I have a really risky play, like today, an example, market falls to here, and I went a long here and then long here. The accounts that have the most fat in them, I'll take in the first long. The accounts with the least fat, I'll take it the second long. Kind of like that. You joined Rocket Scooter and boot camp charged you again? You got to cancel your boot camp. Go sleep. It doesn't auto cancel your other things for you. So make sure you cancel it and let Slacks know and he'll refund you. You got double charged. Okay. QQQ, last little bit here. Do I get a second monthly head treasure tap? Do I want to hit my 100K today? Let's see. What do I want to do, y'all? What do we want to do? Resilience is solid, pretty steady. New life, take that approach. Okay, cool, cool. It's a good approach to spread your risk out, because also when you have like multiple entries and a real trading account, I do the same thing. In my real trading account, if I've got a long entry like here and a long entry here, I'm going to make up an example. Say I had 3 long entries. I wouldn't take this one if we break it, but pretend I would. And then in my real trading account, I could buy 1 contract there, 2 more there, 4 more there, and get in my full position with a cost basis right about there. And taking a stab at all 3 of the pivots. And so I do that cost basis management in my real account. I know, in this particular example, breaking MHP, I don't want to be long, but maybe I might want to long at the top of the box, long in the middle, long at MHP, and then stop right here. So where do I long from for a bigger run today? Traded all of them. So smaller position like that, and then bigger position as you get lower in different, your total position ends up being here. So when you're trading prop firm, trade one of your accounts here, trade accounts number 2 and 3 right there, trade accounts number 4, 5, and 6, and 7 here. And you're doing the same thing, just spreading your accounts out. And then maybe account 1 makes profit and the other 3 didn't make anything. Maybe account 1 blows up, but accounts 2 and 3 and 4 through 7 don't, right? And so when you spread your risk out with your heavier risk further away from where you are, that is an adequate trading strategy for a real trading account, to spread your position out just the same way. I teach the same thing in my classes. And then in your funded account, it's trade 1 or 2 contracts per account, but then spread your accounts out. I learned this trick with Apex, and it's super beneficial. Ooh, okay, so we're falling back to half gap really quick. What is this? 12 to 27. We're getting close to about right here. Let's check SPY for pivot. So SPY's right back at MHP. Getting close to it. Not yet, not yet. Let's keep an eye out on this. You take that approach, good approach. It is a really good approach. Take profit as funded resets, expensive, but they have them 150, 1500 for the 150K. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool to have funded resets. That's just like buying a brand new straight to funded Tradeify. That's comparable. Well, not 1500. But if you're doing the 150K with Tradeify is about 550 with the Rocket Scooter code. But yeah, that's not bad. Now the question is, do I want to long at hedge pressure? If we hit MHP, that'd be a gimme trade, dude. I would love that. That would be awesome. One more time. Little pre-earnings selling, probably. Resilience is still pretty good. I'm falling back to the top of the box. Half gap is obviously support. Any pullback a little further than this, I think, would be a nice place to go off of. Crazy amount of selling there. Market's having one hell of a time selling off. Trying to sell off. Okay, get a little lower low on this. Let's see, this is going right close. This is NASDAQ, so we're looking about... It's crazy how QQQ is going up in value while NASDAQ futures aren't. You'll see that a lot of times they trade slightly differently. Like QQQ's current value is here versus there versus there. QQQ is actually trending up on these bounces, whereas NASDAQ futures is relatively flat. So QQQ is advancing a little faster, which is nice despite the value of the futures. So let me see if that's actually... Well, that's actually good for my options position. Not bad. Good deal. Why does the ETF moving faster than the futures these past 2 days? Well, they're traded independently, so while they're both trying to track the underlying stock basket, they both have their own supply and demand, so people are just buying one faster than the other. They can deviate from each other pretty well. So people are in QQQ are getting squeezed probably faster than people in futures are getting squeezed. And probably the depth of that market's probably different too. But all right, let's see. QQQ has somewhat of a support there. So for SPY, let's look for some dips to buy today. SPY at MHP is looking pretty solid. Roughly about 10 more points off of this low right here. So about 55.40 is about the sweet spot there for MHP. So today 55.40 MHP, and then a second trade setup at 549. So 55.30. Which also this red line. There's zone top. So this is the sweet spot here. Today, scalp off of that and double scalp off of that, stop below there. Pretty easy setup for a second particular trade. We didn't get that trade until, you know, that's the first trade I got out the door. And again, relatively to where we are now, that bounce point would come up slightly higher because of the way that they're scaling right now. Bar charts of the contract was showing 80 overnight. Current June contract is only 13 or so. Very odd. It is a little odd. I'm going to sleep here, man. Apple MHP bounce right here. Oh. Trying to work on it. Oh, this lack of momentum today is kind of me concerned. VIX is still trading lower, which is good, but the market's not. The market is like holding its breath until earnings. We're getting lower highs, but not. These are higher lows, but not higher highs the last 3 trading days. How much do I invest per contract to get this kind of profit? These are trader funding programs. So I just paid $2,500 a total for all these accounts and I just trade unlimited. That's the only risk that I take is a trader funding program. You pay for the account and they give you, you know, your prop trading. So. But in general, in futures equivalently, this would be the equivalent of 1 or 2 NASDAQ futures contracts. Would roughly be about $40,000 worth of margin total to make profit like that per account. So that's probably roughly equivalent in the future space of like 200K. Full margin, but your contracts are leveraged so you can get them for 500 a piece. So roughly on margin, maybe $5,000 worth of cost, but not $5,000 worth of value. There's definitely highly margined to get that. So I'm talking 2 contracts, $500 each is 1,000 times 5 is 5. So trading 2 contracts in the NASDAQ would be, you know, $5,000 for representing like maybe $200,000 worth of leverage, 40 to 1. It's almost ready to bounce. Getting there. Getting close. I have a weird feeling about today, but let's let SPY hit its tried and true. We're getting close. We need about 11 points lower from here. So right about 40. Let's hit that MHP. Come on. Resilience is still good. MHP resilience is all right. Nasdaq resilience is losing, though. It just went negative. Come on. A little bit more red, baby. Come on. 8 points lower. Let's trade S&P today. Let's wait for it because remember S&P did open below monthly hedge. It's going to try to go below. So I hit that liquidity pocket one more time would be really nice. With resilience still being positive, that's good. With positive resilience, this is likely to support hopefully one more time. So let's get that full trade there. I think SPY needs to test 550. I wouldn't disagree. I'd love to get it 10 points lower. It'd be really nice. Come on, give me my target, man. I want to make a trade. Where is my drawing tool here? Oh, there it is. Oh, that red line's already been tapped. Delete, delete, delete. I kind of want to see 55.40, give or take. Hello? I think I hear myself in the other room. My dog, are you listening to the stream? My dog, can you hear me? Are you hungry? I'm hungry. That's all I want to know. If you can hear me, are you hungry? Egg, waffle, and leftover turkey. How do I calculate the MHP on SPY over to the ES chart? I just estimate it. So I look at this right here and I say we're at 551.2. Okay. So to go from 551.2 to 550 is 1.2, which is roughly equal to 12 points on the S&P. Then I look at this and say 12 points lower below 552 is roughly 40. So it's an estimate. And again, you always have to estimate because as you see, they trade at different rates. So it's never going to be exactly correct. You just have to kind of estimate it at all times. Because the QQQ and NASDAQ and S&P futures and SPY, they all trade like at different rates. So you gotta have to just kind of guess, but I watch one and trade the other. I'm just using that estimate to kind of anticipate about where it's gonna be. So roughly about where it's gonna be, yeah. The slow consolidation feeling like it wants to flush again. Give us some love, NASDAQ. Give us some love, S&P. Hit my bottom target. Please hit that low target for me. I want to get better R&R, so I'd like for this to dip, but we'll see. VIX is still in decay, nice and clean. Pretty solid here. Protein, eggs, waffle, and turkey. That leftover turkey's like a week plus old. You think it's still good? Could I add audio to Rocket Scooter? Well, that's a good thought. I never thought of that. I'll think about that. Let's take the closing price of SPY 5-minute candle, compare the same closing price in ES, and get the ratio. Yeah, that's smart. You basically have to cross multiply and get the ratio, but making sure you just understand that, as Lowell's saying, is that it's never, the ratio changes consistently, which is why he's doing the ratio on a 5-minute interval, which is smart. You have to always update that ratio, yeah. You can have leftover steak. I kind of want like cheeseburgers, man. Like, I want to go to Langford Grocery or something and get some, like, just sloppy, greasy, meaty cheeseburgers. After all this talk about eating healthy, now I'm, like, craving unhealthy. Would it possibly include some form of translator inside a Rockseater platform for a language translator? That'd be kind of interesting. Never thought of it. After we do the final work that we're doing on the platform stabilization and the server infrastructure redesign, which is what we're working on right now for platform growth and stability, the next step is just to load up with features, which is kind of what we're looking to do. Oh, you mean for the price? Oh, I was like, with the platform can speak to you in French or something. Translator for the price. We could, but the problem is that the numbers would dance around because the ratio was never the same or consistent throughout the day, but they trade at different rates. So imagine you have a level on your chart, and this is where MHP was. Every time the price updated, it would just like dance around this. Which, you know, might be useful, might not be useful. We teach you guys to watch this in your planning and estimate. But yeah, that would be kind of interesting to have that dancing target. We just thought it would be more annoying than anything to teach somebody how to trade off of a moving target. Debuting new features to Rocket Scooter. Right now, we're in the process of rebuilding the internals of everything and the server side of stuff. And that way, that'll open the door for us to have more flexibility to build all new features. This year, we have a whole slew of features we want to build. that it requires this like massive back end change, which kind of sucks for you guys because you don't see it, but you'll see it in that your liquidity maps now come out 15 seconds into market open and without fail anymore. So you at least have seen some changes, but that speediness and quickness and all that redesign is very much needed so that we can have a wider, array of things to do and a heavier server load, because you guys are going to be talking the server a whole lot more with the new features. So we have to be able to account for that extra processing power and stability to do so. Backtesting and all of that. Yeah, but it requires, for backtesting, you guys are going to be constantly asking the server for numbers. And so we have to make sure that the server is capable of being efficient to handle that load. As we were crashing the server just with manual requests, earlier in the month and everything was going down, we got to rebuild so they can support it. We found out that our platform can't support the new features, so we got to rebuild it. Yeah, that would be really nice. The quick maps at the open are really nice. Yeah, that was a really good, quick emergency project that we decided to expand the scope on. And I told the team, I said, this is evidence of a greater problem. We're not going to be able to expand into the features I want to build until we rebuild this back end. And everybody agreed that it's more important to stabilize now. And it's like, essentially, we expect our city to grow 10x its population over the next decade. So why build 2 extra freeway lanes instead of building 10? We might as well get ahead of it. That way we can build into it, not have to features expand. Let's just expand like we're going to hit 1 million subs and be able to handle like a massive amount of load on the server. That we tackle is impressive. Well, thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. It was crazy because I'm like, the hardest part is me trying to stream and trade when shit's hitting the fan, and you guys are looking at me and I'm looking at them and they're looking at each other, and it's hard for me to effectively like, all right, if it was a normal business, I would call all the chefs in the kitchen, like, guys, I have a quick meeting. But here I am, I got a camera on my face. I can't exactly do that. So I'm having to like type to people while managing trades. It's tough. It's really hard. Not easy to do. We managed. Oh, so close to my Tradeify goals, guys. I'm excited. Y'all have been wanting me to get on the top step leaderboard as well. Maybe I can try that. Stu. The shit that Stu was saying. I used to have erectile dysfunction, but I discovered a rocket scooter. Now I am the rocket. That is so funny. Rocket scooter is becoming like the Chuck Norris joke of FinTwit. So Tradeify is having a deal right now. It's 40% off the first time purchase if you've never used them before. And that ends on the 30th, which is tomorrow. So 40% off with our code for your first time purchase if you want to check it out. Let's see if I get my... They've really been dragging their feet on my laptop return. It's been like a whole month almost. I returned it like more than 2 weeks ago for the RMA. They owe me my money. Where's my money? Is it hard to fire employees? Are you talking for me? Like here in my company? It's always hard to fire people. Because I have a good judgment. I usually hire great people. I don't let bad people get on the team, so to let someone go is always a big deal. It'd be nice if there's a free week or month trial of the Rocket Scooter app after using your promo code on Prop Firm. Unfortunately, it's kind of like saying, as cool as that would sound, there's a lot of people who are like, hey man, can you give me the thing for free? And if I make a profit, I'll buy lifetime. I try to make deals like that. As a business owner, I can't gamble on y'all's success and give away free platform and then y'all give me money back if you make money. That's like that's any loan scenario. Let me borrow money from you, and if I make money on return, I promise I'll pay it back. And then the underwriters have to go, okay, this is worth the risk. It's like let me borrow your wheat and sugar, and your flour and sugar, and I'm gonna make cakes and I make a profit. Then I'll buy the flour and sugar from you. Then we go, oh yeah, you're great, and I still want to hire you. I can't afford you. That's why. You call it a business loan. It becomes a business loan. It would be nice if I could gamble on the success of traders, but unfortunately, even with the best tools on the planet, most traders still usually fail. So the hardest part is we would completely lose. We would lose our business pretty quick. Failure rate of traders is high. It's a huge hurdle to get good at this, and we'd just be handing out free product. You're cheap. How cheap is cheap? One month trial to get payout. We did, I'll tell you, as much as it sounds right, we did a 1 month trial a long time ago, a free trial for a month. The conversion rate of the free trial to paid product was less than 1%. And so we axed it. People would come in on average, of the people that took the free trial, more than 50% of them didn't even log into the platform, and they just let their free trial expire. They just grabbed it because it was free and didn't touch it. The rest of the people logged in once, maybe twice, and gave up. And then, like I said, 1% used it, 1% converted a paid customer from the trial. So when you give away something for free, people just crumple it up and throw it on the ground. We learned that. That's why it's a paid trial. Conversion rates and sales went through the roof with the paid trial. Platform couldn't support itself on the free trial model. And partly because it's a luxury product. It's not like a commodity product. Trading platform is a luxury product. People with money would normally buy something like this. People investing, normally wealthier people, or people that have a little bit more capital. It's not something that like the everyday person could, jump into day trading. Yeah, people don't value free things. And we spent a lot of time doing the infrastructure to give away a free trial. And our whole thing was, it was like a whole free month. And then after that, we changed it to 3 months for $35. And that was a huge hit. And then we switched it to 1 month half price, which was kind of nice. But half price is only $100. I mean, the value is much less than, or the cost is much less than a lot of trading rooms. And we come with software on top of it. So that's a great thought, Fletcher. Yeah, we did it before, and the community just didn't like, when you pay something, you're more committed to it. And this is a philosophy of a trader's, dilemma, and perception of value is a big deal. If you find something to be free, you're going to treat it like it's worthless. It has no value. Their valueless is equated in your head to worthless, which is why paper trading doesn't assist in your success rate whatsoever, because it's free. And while you're pushing buttons and pretend trading, there is no actual value there. But a prop firm, you're paying $100 a month to try to get funded. Because you paid something, you're actually invested in it. The perception of the value is infinitely higher value. So because you invested in something, you're going to take it seriously, which is why everyone gets in a toxic relationship. It doesn't dump it. It's the perception of the value of time invested means it's worth continuing to invest in. That's why you hold on to a bad trade before you should let it go. Because you invested in it, it's hard to let something go. Therefore, you're in it for longer. So if you even put $1 into a class, which is why our boot camp is $20, just because it costs $1, you're going to take it 1,000 times more seriously than if it was free. And it's the psychology of the perception of the value of things. And we did a huge study in our own numbers to see what was the best entry point that led to our better success, but also your better success. We get better students and a much more success rate of this perfect harmony of we've done of our price versus our value, such that when you read our reviews, they're full of fantastic reviews because people think they're getting intense value for very little price and getting a lot out of it. And to me, that is the recipe for a good review. You need to win on all fronts. Give a great product, but give an affordable price. And then people are like hit on all fronts of, man, this is amazing everywhere. And then they're very happy with their choice. And then the investment into it is that you spend your time with it, and therefore you will have greater success than somebody who doesn't spend their time with it and just kind of fiddles with it for a day. It goes, yeah, I used it. It's too complicated. It sucks. And they left a review. It sucked. I didn't use it. So the fact that I throttle who can use the platform leads to the greater success of platform users. And so because of that, we have a higher success rate, I think, of traders than any trading community out there, simply for the magical balance of all that stuff. I don't have a single review out there of I use Rocket Scooter and it's garbage. 0. And I've been in business since 2016. The reviews are all immaculate. It's crazy. But it's just because the value's there. The tools are really strong, but also they're not expensive either. So, it's in a range of, that's what your gym would cost you, the same as Rocket Scooter membership. So for that, it's very tolerable as a price point, and you never really hear complaints about it, which was my goal. Let me make it a price point that it's forgettable, but it's substantial enough to keep the business going. I should be charging $500 a month for these tools. Absolutely. And I'd have an enthusiast crew of people, but to reach a wider audience, the price point is perfect for that. Rogo Lamb is a great comment. When you pay attention. When you don't pay, you take for granted the true value of the product or service. That's very true. And so that's why the psychology of the free boot camp, which is supposed to be free, is $1 a class, and it makes you pay attention. And by far, the boot camp has been a wild success for people. Yeah. It's only $20 a beer. Yeah, exactly right. $1 a class. Renee. Any opinion on the QQQ? Yeah, it's still very bullish. I wasn't able to get a trade in here, but I was still kind of waiting for a dip. It's still bullish from these pivots, which is nice. Is it possible to pay for the platform monthly? Yeah, Lena, it is. It's a monthly subscription. And there's a promo going on right now. It's half price first month and then $40 off for every additional month after. And that's a pretty good promo that we're doing. That's the lowest it's ever going to be. Yeah, I'm going to be done for the day too, you guys. All right. Thanks for tuning in. One more time before we go. For use code RocketSkewer with all of our partners out there. Currently, there's a 40% off at Tradeify for your first time as a use there. Every additional month is 30% off. 30% off trade, take profit trader as well. We'll be doing a little bit more with Funded next this week and trading with those guys. And I'll have a code hopefully by tomorrow. And we should be good. As you know, I'm affiliated with these companies. These perceive these as paid endorsements, yada, yada, yada. We're affiliate. We get affiliate revenues off these endorsements. So just letting you guys know, the affiliate code generates revenue for us, but we take it and we buy accounts for you guys with it and we give them away on the stream. So giving back is what we like to do. We'll see you guys later. Good luck. Tomorrow, 100K with Tradeify. I'll be super pumped if I can do it. I'm so close, guys. I'm like a couple thousand away. What a great feat. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. See you at boot camp in 2.5 hours.